I kind of like this one. Okay, I'll go with this one. Alright, well, Moshi Moshi motherfuckers, shout out to Weep. Welcome to the Junior Division Quarterfinals. My name's Amaris. I am unfortunately by myself for game number 1 as Firelight got stuck in traffic, I'm assuming? I'm not really sure. He'll join us as soon as he is able to, but for now, we're being chillin'. It's best of 5 quarterfinal action between Team Shadow Spectres and Return of the Middle Six Crowstorm. Darkwind is going to be on the official Runeterra Academy stream later. They start at 7:30, so here in about 25 minutes they'll be on that stream. So do poke around and see how they're doing later on. But for now, this is what we've got. Game 1 action, and TSS out of the gate going to ban Ari Shen and Silas, and Rodham taking away Kindred, Jinx, and probably Trundle, it looks like, as their last ban. And the Deseri is the first lock-in for Shadow Spectres, as you would expect. That's a very strong pick, and you know, the de facto best AD carry with Jinx off the board. Our TM now have their opportunity. You have to know that they're probably going for Zeri with it left open, so hopefully have something up their sleeves for Benji and Garethar. Thank you for the resubscription, Seaver. Really appreciate it. Hopefully enjoy those crow emotes. And Ash is lock-in. Usually we see a couple of Freljord champions early on for Return of the Middle Stick. Seems like, you know, sometimes you're in here, you go the bear pill. They're asking if the game's being casted, so I need to get a link really quick. Okay, well, they got it. My team is better than me. Let me look back at the draft. Let's see what we have. Ornn, and no surprise for Vebon. And then the Xylene and the Gragas locked in for Team Shadow Spectres. Those are not necessarily the big priority picks that I'd expect, and LeBlanc's going to be locked in. I don't know that I love the LeBlanc into Zilean specifically. You're very single target by nature. X-Craze is great at the LeBlanc, but just being that you're super single target by nature, unless you get super fed and you can just pop somebody before Zilean can react, he should be able to get the Chrono Shift up before the LeBlanc kill comes out. So it's just a race of the clock, and we'll see if X-Craze's reflexes are faster, or if I mean, it could be flexed between the mid or the support for TSS, but you know, see who has better hands this game, I guess. So now Rodham targeting support first. So they're thinking that that's a Zilean mid, which is very interesting. The Nocturne going to go away. Data ran over the last series, honestly, playing Nocturne and Hecarim. Hecarim got pretty bonked. Sent back to the glue factory. A couple of nerfs headed his way during the patch on Wednesday, so maybe not the high priority on this one. They're taking their time. They're going to go with Thresh. So definitely have keyed in on the Zilean being mid potentially. I think that this would be, you know, the value flex if In Vain plays it for TSS. The Lulu going to be taken away, so that one doesn't make as much sense to me. Zeri, I don't think particularly cares about Lulu. You're not playing a lot of divers. That one doesn't make a huge amount of sense, but maybe they've got something planned that Lulu would shut down. So ROTM now looking, and Garethar's Nautilus is still up, so that feels pretty natural. No need to overthink things. And the Ashe Nautilus now for Benji and Garethar in the bottom lane. I believe they played that during the first round matchup. TSS, those are some interesting picks. The Renata would be really risky into this lane. You die very quickly. if you lock that one in. The Morgana makes a little more sense to me. The Janna doesn't feel terrible. I would expect the Morgana, though. I don't know why I talk. There's really no reason to talk anymore. Alright, so Janna. That means that the Zillion is definitely mid, which now we're looking probably for a top laner, I would imagine. I guess Gragas could be the top laner. Yeah. The Graves would be interesting because that does set up, theoretically you have to think about the flex, which means you have to consider the Graves and the Gragas for your jungle pick for ROTM. But the R5 jungle pick now for Return of the Middle Sticks, as their comp is much more telegraphed. I guess you could jungle Nautilus, he used to jungle. Data's been playing that one, and he's got a really good win rate on that one. I want to see it, just to see how it works. It's going. We're going Shyvana, nice. I don't know what build he does. I don't know, why this champion is strong right now, other than maybe Dragon Control. But we're getting this Shyvana game 1 from Data. A treat, to be sure. So, quite a draft, honestly, for game 1. A lot of interesting trades. Like, you can see the priority for ROTM is on getting a lot of crowd control early on. You have the potential lane kingdom for X-Craze in the mid lane, and then just a lot of gank setup in the other 2 lanes for Data to come in and swoop in. Their late game team fight is pretty much the same as it's always been. They have Benji to really fall back on and provide a lot of that late game damage. They're into the client draft now, so we'll transition over. There's already 15 of you here. Holy shit. Alright. Give me your channel points. Let's see it, guys. Who's gonna get more kills in game number 1? Is it X-Craze on the LeBlanc or Benji plus V-Bon? I think there's a definite favorite in this one. But you have to consider, don't you? Well, I appreciate both teams getting through their redraft pretty quickly. Yeah, TSS versus ROTM headed onto the Rift. This is a best of 5 to advance to the semifinals. Darkwind again on the other half of the bracket, going to be starting on the Runeterra Academy mainstream. I believe the other 2 semifinals are also being casted right now, which is honestly pretty cool. I believe we have 4 streams for 4 games. I haven't seen a post about it yet, but they, I think Dorado has one, because they still have a team remaining, and then OMT, I think, has the last one, so I should probably follow their Twitch channels at some point, but yeah, we can peek in and take a look across the league. I was getting hyped. This is the first countdown timer. We still have 3 minutes to go. Yeah, so again, apologies. This is the unexpected Maris solo cast, as Firelight had a little too long on his dinner, I guess, and hopefully he's on the way home. I haven't heard from him in a second, so I'm assuming he's on his way home, and he should jump in. Hopefully, part of the way through game 1. We'll have him for game 2, regardless. So until then, you get the sultry sounds of my voice. Yeah, this is just the Vaughn experience, honestly. And there's no Nami in this game, so I don't know that he knows anything about these champions anyway. So really, we're not missing too much out. I doubt he'll go back and listen to this. I hope he does. But yeah, this should be a pretty exciting game. Again, I'm very curious. I think the big hinge point in this game is, like I said, who is faster? Is it the LeBlanc combo coming out and one-shotting somebody, or is it the Zillion R? And the tipping point usually goes to the Zillion R. Usually you can be faster on that than a full LeBlanc combo, but you know, maybe you got some high ping, maybe the sun was in your eyes, it was a weird flank. Like, there's options, but I think that this game is hard to play for X-Craze, but other than that, I really like the comp from ROTM that's built around the LeBlanc. That one pick feels a little risky into the Zillion specifically, but he had the pick, he knows what he's doing, so we'll see how it works out for him. For TSS, their comp is much more split up. They have a lot of disengage tools with the Gragas Barrel, with the Janna ult, to try to separate everything. They have the Zillion revive. They just want to reset fights really hard and then try to re-engage with a bunch of burst with the Graves and Gragas and Seri. Whether that's easy to do or not is definitely something else. Like, that's a very hard to execute idea with a lot of individually strong champions. So again, very curious to see how this is going to go. I would love a co-caster lane. I'm calling lane. I'm using my phone a friend until Vaughn gets here.
Well, hello.
Hello. Thank you. You're saving my voice. I don't have to completely break it.
That's good. I thought Vaughn was on the cast today, but I will come in as a...
Yeah, he wasn't able to make it for game 1 because, you know, the man just has trouble showing up on time places. But
well, he's a busy man in the evenings. Got a lot of coaching to do.
He was out to dinner with one of his friends apparently. So.
Well, we'll just say it was coaching, coaching.
Life coaching.
Anyway, yeah, I'll be here.
Well,
Let's
so we have
get into this one.
Welcome Lipo Lane to the stream for game 1 then. Yeah. Oh, he's on the way now, he says. Pog.
Perfect.
The update in Twitch chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump into the game, and we'll go from there.
Nice. I really like the point I was talking about how difficult it might be for Zillion to play, but Kelvin has a good point that it's going to be really hard to stop the LeBlanc in a side lane as any of the champions on TSS, unless like Gragas gets super beefy, I guess, might be the exception. Then he just kind of clears the wave and doesn't really care. Oh, everything's lined back up. We can put the overlay back in.
Oh my god, 12.6 our hero.
Oh no, we can't. It's still fucked. What the fuck?
No.
Oh no, never mind. It's just off center. Okay.
Okay, we did it.
Okay. Let me RTM's on red side. Sorry, we're in game now. I haven't done anything about that, but oh shit, and they're just running at each other. The hook from Gareth R finds the root onto in vain. The chain not quite enough, but they get the flash out of Janna to start off with. No summoners blown on the side of ROTM, so a positive trade is they just zerg it straight into the bush. Didn't have time to introduce them. On the blue side wearing the blue health bars is Team Shadow Spectres, and the red side wearing the red health bars is Return of the Middle Sticks Crowstorm. So, boy.
I'm in.
We're in.
You love that as a caster when the teams run at each other and don't even give you a chance to like put all the overlays on, especially the first game. They could have at least respectfully not done that just to help you out a little bit more.
It really sets the tone for the series though to just zerg it straight into the banana bush where for some
Yeah.
reason there's a support waiting there. Like I didn't see how it all set up. I don't know why
Mhm.
Invane is there specifically as the Janna, but that's an ideal person to find there to start out with. So now you have no flash on the support, and it's something that Garethar can take advantage of, assuming that he eventually hits level 2, because Nautilus at level 1 isn't the fun
Yeah.
experience that you're really looking
Oh
for.
my goodness, look at that chunk.
Yeah, sometimes you just walk at a guy level 1, hit him with the chain, and he's got to accept
Yeah.
that.
Zillion is not the strongest level 1 champion, so he's able to just get a really nice trade for himself there. And we see that data for our team is going to be pathing down, which is going to be really nice. Again, on that Shyvana, it's going to be full clearing, so probably not going to see a gank in the bot lane, but you could see it with a flash already blown here.
Yeah, chain gonna land again onto Boyo, and he's getting the full LeBlanc experience. Level 2 hit early for X-Craze. Now finally level 2 for himself. So he has a little bit of farming potential, a little bit of safety now with the possibility of having a double bomb. This lane isn't very fun for Ornn, usually.
Yeah.
I'm sure Vauban is more than used to it, but traditionally you would think Gragas can just, either wait out the Bellows Breath, go in, just bop to disengage, and it's hard for the Ornn to really get on top of him. But
Yeah, I think early you actually have some agency, but as soon as Gragas has a tier, it gets really, really hard because I think of Gragas as like the great neutralizer. Like you can pick him into anything, he's gonna do fine. He's gonna pick up farm and still be a tank in the late game. So it's a really nice blindside pick here, but Devon trading well here to start.
yeah, X-Craze tanking a couple of extra tower shots there in the mid lane, maybe. Needs to take a look at that one because his health bar is a little low, as now he's going to walk straight into Gabo, unfortunately. Gets the chain down on the Graves, has to dash away, burn into the red buff, but he's fine. Just fine there. We'll need to take a base, though, here at level 4, and, let some of that pressure dissipate now so Boyo can get a little bit of farm.
Yeah, and Vbon smartly kind of backing up here. I think realizing that Graves is probably going to be topside with the bot crab already going over to RTM. Needs to be careful with this wave in the state it's at.
Yeah, he's taken pretty low. Boner doesn't have a whole lot of mana, but Gabo has the red buff and the Graves, so flashing forward, getting some slows, the end of the line. Can he get one more auto? He's trying to hide behind the minions, but just can't. And it's first blood to TSS Gabo. I hope it's Gabo. It might be Gabo. Who knows?
You could kind of tell there that Vbon knew the gank was coming, but just wasn't in a good wave spot there. And that's where it just feels really bad. If you're in that spot, you're like, I don't really want to give this up, but I guess I have to. It ends up dying there. Really nice gank find for Gabo.
Yeah, Matt with a nice sidestep on the hook down in bottom lane, as Boyo's gonna take a little damage underneath his tower. I know we do have some TSS fans. If there's anything I'm saying incorrectly, most of these names are pretty straightforward. But if it's Gabo rather than Gabo, please let me know. I'm going Gabo, but maybe that's wrong. I pronounced my own player's name wrong for like 3 casts. No one told me. So.
Yeah, interestingly...
What is this?
I don't know if my items are not maybe broken? Oh, yes. My game died. There we go.
Oh. Alright.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was like, X-Craze backed because he was full health, but he didn't have an item on my screen. So
oh, no.
I'm getting back in here. Well, hopefully that'll fix things for me.
Yeah, luckily it looks like it's working fine for me. He's got the refillable pot and the dark seal, so...
Yeah, I just saw the minion dematerializers, so I guess there's still some bugs with the 12.6 client, so...
Imagine the Riot Spectator client not being perfect. You can just call him Gab? That doesn't help. Is it Gab or Gabe? Oh no. Matt's dashing forward. Gabe is here in the bottom lane, getting some autos through. He's got nowhere to go, as Garethar's going to have to Spider-Man out to the tower. And the Graves is making a huge impact early on as he's got 1 kill and 1 assist. Boyo, this is the LeBlanc experience, unfortunately. And that means the Data has to give up on the Dragon as well. There's a lot of on-the-way pings headed toward him. I don't know that they can really contest. I guess they got the unintentional recall now. There's still 2,000 health left on the Dragon. Gabo in a little bit of trouble, but just going to take the fireball from Data and walk away. Benji and Gareth are still quite a ways away as Gabe's going to heal up on some the honey fruit. In comes X-Craze, level 6, goes in, hits the ignite, not quite able to find the right amount of damage. Disengage from In Vain as he's trying to get some tornadoes out. TSS just kiting back away. 2,000 health. Data is able to secure it with the Twin Bite. And now top lane's happening.
Yeah, that was actually really impressive that RTM was able to get that Drake buy enough time for themselves, and Gabo going pretty low there. I really wanted to commend Gabo. He's found some really nice ganks in this early game, and what was great about it, because Graves is one of those champions that wants to farm, is that he's doing it with his camps down, and finding just timings to get some extra kills, and it's working out for him really well in this early game.
I am really curious. So, Lifesteal kind of got nerfed as a whole across the patch, and that was a lot of Graves' best items. It looks like he's still headed potentially for Gore Drinker with the Iron Spike Whip. I was going to call it Bilgewater Cutlass for a second. Jesus. But with the Iron Spike Whip means that it's almost certainly Gore Drinker. So still headed for the Lifesteal. I haven't played enough on the patch to know, like, is that the best build? Yeah. Is this what he should be doing?
I'm not sure thought it was Graves, interesting to note out. It will be interesting to see what he goes like second item. Because, I mean, Gore Drinker, of course, doesn't give you that lifesteal, but it does give you some healing on the active.
Doesn't it give you Omnivamp?
No. Oh, actually it does. But I was thinking of Vampiric Scepter because I was thinking about that system nerf. But yes, I think it does give you a little Omnivamp.
Yeah, Gore Drinker, it was like 10%. Now it's 8%, I'm pretty sure.
Ooh, this is scary.
Ooh. Oh, he gets interrupted just at the last second. He thought he was out of there, canceled it at the last second, and Bonersaw picks up a kill up in the top lane. So, again, Gabe... I don't know. Gabo? My God.
Gab. We'll say Gab.
Gab? Okay.
Yeah.
Gabo.
Let's just we'll both mutually agree to go Gab. Okay. Or Gabo.
Gabo again finding an opening up in the top lane right as the recall is about to hit for V-Bon. Huge chunk from X-Craze, but still not able to eliminate Boyo. Matt getting slowed. Benji doesn't have the ult. Ooh, just a dodge out on the hook. Matt now using the Crash Lightning as Data goes in with Dragon's Descent. He's got one more Fireball Blast. They've taken In Vain low, and the flash forward as Garethar is able to take it. Good ult from Benji just to try to slow it up. He uses the cleanse. It's a double kill for Garethar with the anchor, though.
Yeah, I'm impressed that RTM was actually able to get 2 kills there. I thought the bot lane for TSS played that really well, but just at the end it found just enough to get both kills in the bot lane. And that's a nice answer for RTM, where they really have not gotten many kills to start out in this game.
V-Bon's showing no fear up in the top lane. This is kind of interesting. Bonersaw with the... Well, not going to get to talk about it. Gabo. Goodbye. Oh, it was the red buff. It was the red smite, actually, from Gabo that finished him off. So, yeah, 4-2 for TSS. They've had a really strong early game, but look at the gold count. It's still completely even right now.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that's just some of the CS advantages, especially in the jungle. Shyvana, we just saw her first gank of the game, so able to farm really, really well in this early game. And that's what you want on Shyvana, you know, not going to be a lot of team support. So if RTM can kind of get out of the laning phase with an even lead, it'll be pretty good.
Yeah, Garethar now, he's got level... Oh, he doesn't actually have his ult. They have? Is that bugged? Does Benji already have Enchanted Crystal Arrow back up? That feels insane to me, but maybe it is.
Maybe it is, yeah.
Yeah, I guess it's a little shorter than Zeri and Janna's, and theirs are almost back up. Okay, I've just lost track of time. I guess is the real excuse. But Graves has worked his way down into this bottom side bush, looking for the lane gank. Really smart ward by Garethar here in the mid bush. I don't know if it would see if he was an alcove gamer. X-Cray is going to make sure that Boyo... Oh, he distorted back to the bomb. Anyway, we're 2v3 in the bottom
nice
lane.
flash.
What a flash monsoon from In Vain. Able to find the kill onto Benji. Data hanging around. Gonna go for it. They have the teleport coming in. Does Data actually have the damage? X-Craze on the way. In comes the Ornhorn from the side. Boyo has made his presence in as well. He drops the Chrono Shift onto Gabo. And now In Vain into the stopwatch, but gets taken down by the Fire Blast. Gabo falls as well. RTM gets the shutdown, but now V-Bond in a little bit of trouble. Has the bomb on him. Matt finishes him off with the auto attack. X-Craze looking for the regage, flashes back in, he gets the kill. Matt very low. Data, I don't think has anything left in the tank. That wasn't an arrow, that was just a hawk shot. And ROTM wins the fight 4 for 3, 3 for 2. There were a lot of people in this bottom lane.
Well, I'm going to save you some breath there, because boy, do you deserve it after that. What a wild fight in the bot lane there. Both teams just spending it all, and in the end, RTM's going to grab the Drake for themselves, which is going to be the second of the game. Really, really nice for Shyvana, giving her a passive, and things off to a wild start. If we have a series like this from what we just saw in the bot lane, it's going to be a wild night.
I just the balls on In Vain just to go in for the flash monsoon.
Yeah.
That's like all of your defensive tools used offensively on the Janna, and picks out Benji Peach to start out that fight. But then the rest of the cavalry arrives with the teleport in from V-Bond, Data, and X-Craze joining from the sides, and in the end, it's a 5v4 down in the bottom lane as Bonersaw holds on to his teleport up in the top lane, and RTM gets the extra kill, I'm pretty sure, plus the dragon at the end. So they'll be happy with that trade, but they actually fall behind by about 100 gold as a result of it.
Yeah, and I will say that what's really nice for TSS in this is that a lot of that gold went onto the Zeri, already 3-1, and that's where you want that gold going, because once the champ gets a few items, it's just really, really hard to deal with.
She's not messing around, apparently. That was a very clear voice quote. Thank you, Matt. Yeah, do you spy what I spy here, Lane? Bonersaw with the Luden's Echo. Bonersaw just drops down the Luden's Pulse up in the top lane. What a monster.
Well, that is wild. Not expected at all.
X-Craze is just dead. He walks into Gabo again. Gabo is getting some value out of being, I guess, where he's not expected. I'm not really sure how he keeps sneaking into these soft pockets, but RTM has not done a good job of tracking him thus far this game.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the best Boyo is really doing a good job of kind of preying on X-Craze's over-aggression.
Oh, in comes the squad up into the top lane. V-Bond, can't quite get the clap on the ram. He had the double proc all ready to go on Gabo, but he can't quite finish it off. The last tower shot isn't going to be enough to finish off Bonersaw either. Good dive from TSS. They're able to get away with it. Just a pixel away or two from V-Bond being able to hit that ram, though, and I think that changes things entirely.
Yeah, for sure. And now you've got a really nice gold lead for TSS. 1k up here, already showing how much they like moving the Graves around and getting a lot of gold onto him, which is really important for their comp.
Yeah, Gabo is a big boy on the Graves already with his finished Gore Drinker, plus the Merc Treads feel pretty nice into this team comp with so much crowd control. He's going to have to weather some crowd control combos here in the mid game. X-Craze works his way down into the bottom lane. He's on top of a ward right now. Now he knows that he's on top of a ward after he takes the tornado and has to zip his way on out of there. Boyo was zooming down there from mid lane, but not going to be able to find anything as X-Craze heads back toward mid. And just hitting X really quick, take a look at these gold counts. It's pretty much up across the board for TSS, other than in the mid lane. And the other one is support. Garethar's up 600 gold because of his 2 kills. So really got to look on Garethar and X-Craze to carry the extra weight as we head into the mid game. As this looks promising now from Data. Oh, what a good cask, though, from Bonersaw. Data's still looking to chase him down. Has the burnout, has the flame breath, but Bonersaw has enough hip thrusts left in that little Gragas body. It's not little at all. His model's kind of small, I guess, but nice sidestep on the last flame breath. And now the ult in the bottom lane going to land onto Invade X-Craze, looking for the assassination onto the Janna. Going to try to pick her out. And the Ignite, the autos, he's got enough to finally finish that one off. Benji gets the slow, the flash forward from Gareth are going to trade that one with Matt. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, going pretty well for TSS as Boyo and Gabo drop down Shelly, and will crash it into the first tower. Ooh, even gets the charge into the second one before being taken down. So they'll take their second tower of the game in the mid lane and extend their gold lead just a little bit out to about 2,000.
Yeah, and that's a really, really nice punish there. They know X-Craze went bot, and they're going to trade that kill for an entire mid lane tower, which should give them some priority onto this third Drake. And I expect a big team fight here. You don't really want RTM to be on soul point this early.
Ooh, X-Craze, that's a little, it's something for sure. Benji's just going to try to 1v1 with Matt. They each have help coming, but Benji's help is going to be here just a little bit sooner as Data's in. Good dodge on the ult, but it just doesn't matter. Vbon getting chewed through now as Gabo, anywhere he goes, is going to be a positive interaction for TSS. He's got the autos down, they have the slow, and the end of the line finishes that one off. And now Data in trouble in the bottom lane as he's lost Benji, tries to get the flame breath. There's so many low members of TSS, but Data can't do a whole lot as Shyvana now just going to get some autos down onto Boyo, starting to chunk through. The hook going to land, they'll knock him into the chrono shift. Is now Invade pretty low, in comes the Nautilus ult, will find one kill. They'll get the lockup onto Boyo, but a really good double stun. And now in comes Bonersaw to try to turn this one back around. Hook lands. They're looking to turn on to the Zillion. Boyo very low, but Data just can't track him down. It's a double kill for Matt. And everything falling apart just a little bit for ROTM. Now out to a 4,000 gold lead, and TSS has done a really good job in these fights.
Yeah, playing that out so well, and I think that's just RTM not really respecting how low they were. And I want to say this Gragas build is being put to good use. I think it kind of caught X-Craze off guard there, not expecting to get return damage on for most tank Gragas builds that you see top lane, but the AP doing well for them so far, and now they're off and rolling. 4K gold lead, they get that dragon, so they're no longer on a soul timer, and things are looking good for TSS in this first game.
Well, a lot of game left to go. Both teams scaling nicely into this mid game. You have to worry about the 3 kills being on Garethar. It's allowed him to get an earlier mythic than you'd probably expect on a support. We'll have to see if he can roam around and really make use of that. But the carries all feel a little bit weak right now for RTM, and they'll have to find a way to get some kills onto Benji and X-Craze as we head into the teeth of the mid game, I guess. Gareth are able to hook out, but now he's going to get caught, rooted up, and that early mythic not really paying off for him there. His best Boyo is able to take him down. Benji just throwing out a couple of volleys, trying to get away from Gabo, but he's showing no fear, just walking straight at him. And Enchanted Crystallero going to land, but not doing a whole lot to really help disengage. Vbon has helped group mid, but TSS showing no signs of really stopping on this push. They've got a huge minion wave. They're starting to get some damage down on this inhibitor tower. X-Craze playing a little bit. Now that he knows it's an AP Gragas, he can play a little bit more intelligently there. Vbon going in, just gets rooted up. Now his ult coming out, but he's not going to be able to hit it in return. And it's another kill in mid for TSS. In the bottom lane, though, X-Craze gets another solo kill underneath his belt as he is able to finish off Bonersaw. Data, I don't think he really wanted to be there. He's got the Dragon's Descent away plus the burnout, so it's not going to cost him anything, but just kind of has to watch as his blue side jungle's taken. That's so much damage. That's a tank Shyvana doing that much damage. That's kind of nuts.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're looking for TSS, they're just doing a lot of damage, and they're doing a really good job of roaming around with the Zillion, kind of catching RTM out in spots that they normally wouldn't expect, and it's netting them some really good kills. And they have quite a bit of damage on this Graves, Zeri, Zillion combo, and so they're able to finish people off really quickly. And even the tanks look really squishy, like we saw on the Ord pick in mid.
Gabo went for a Black Cleaver, his second item. I think that's kind of interesting. There is some armor to reduce between the Ornn and the Shyvana, and even the Nautilus got some... I guess he doesn't have that much. He's got a cloth armor plus some ninja tabby, but he's reducing it, I guess, for himself. And does Zeri really benefit from that? I guess so, because she builds it generally as part of her build.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be nice, especially since you've got 3 tanks on the enemy side. So I don't really mind the build path. I think it's pretty smart this game. I think Shyvana is going to kind of stop building that armor, but it should help you initially when you're trying to do damage to all these tanky builds.
Yep, and TSS now have pretty much full run of the map. They're grouped up around the Baron right now. What is that symbol on the back of the Baron pit? That's kind of weird. There's like a blue triangle there. I don't think I've ever noticed that before.
Huh. Oh, maybe it's the Hextech map just showing up a little bit?
Oh, I guess so. Yeah, it's the back of the Hex Gate. Okay. TSS is going to start up Baron. RTM definitely knows. Now they even get the ornament upgrade in the middle of that, but in comes the engage. What a huge cask! Wow. Bonersaw just eliminates 2, basically. X-Craze tries to jump in from the side. Huge Ornhorn, but is the damage still here for ROTM? It isn't. It's a double kill for Bonersaw, and Vbon has to flee. X-Craze very low. Gabo finishes him off with a smoke screen. That was so close to being turned on a huge Ornhorn plus Shyvana ult combo from Data and Vbon, but in the end, the health bar is just too... Oh!
Oh my. Wow. I was so scared in that fight when seeing X-Craze come in and just kind of whop 3 people, but they had enough there, enough damage to just kill off RTM so quickly. I'm very impressed by how much damage this TSS comp is able to put out.
Yeah, 21-9 now in kills. They're very far ahead. They check off of the Baron in order to go for this dragon right away. Hook from Garethar just to try to get away. Bonersaw gonna give him a big chunk, but yeah, that initial burst combo was huge between Bonersaw and Gabo, and yeah, they're gonna be able to secure that second dragon. So Baron's still on the table for both teams, but now that that soul point is very far away for ROTM, which was, you kind of feel like their big win con. You have to continually stack those dragons on Shyvana. So that's farther away now.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's really, really hard. You have to kind of play around for picks. You've got some good pick tools with the LeBlanc, with the Ashe, with the Nautilus. If you can catch someone out, especially not near the Cillian, you might be able to get a couple kills, especially these 3 shutdowns that are on the board.
Yeah, they've got shutdowns. They've got objective bounties now up, so anything that RTM are able to claw back and get, like maybe even this bot lane tower for Vbon, as he's got a little bit of alone time with it, but that's going to mean the TSS can start up the Baron once again, and X-Craze is going to walk in. Oh, he just distorts straight over the wall, no fear, and he might have needed just a little bit of fear there as he's taken down by Bonersaw, and now the rest of ROTM forced to flee because of it. Gabo getting onto Garethar, he hooks to the turret, he's burning down, and the collateral damage is enough from the Graves. Recall for Data now as they have to try and hold this mid lane tower against all 5 from TSS. They don't have a minion wave just yet, now one starting to roll in, but TSS can always peel off and look at a Baron if they want to. They have a lot of options open to them, and it looks like Gabo wants it. He goes in with the Zillion ult on him. He gets exhausted, just a little bit of damage negation. Ornn able to reactivate it, gets the shutdown, and now going to fall at the end of that one as Matt makes his way forward, getting some autos through. It's a double kill for him. Data locked underneath the tower, can't really do a whole lot. X-Craze has respawned. And so is Garethar now, so ROTM maybe can look for a re-engage. They get the chain onto Bonersaw, but he's got the hip thrust back out. And TSS walks in, takes the inhibitor, gets an extra kill, and they'll leave.
Yeah, I mean, it just looks like there's no damage for this RTM comp, especially without X-Craze on the map. I really have to commend Boner Saw. He played that really well, sat in a pocket of vision, and was able to catch X-Craze when he was trying to overcommit. And just one thing led to another, and TSS in very big control now. Should be pretty easy to take this Baron whenever they want it. And they may just keep it up to keep getting good fights, because they've gotten 2 really good ones already.
Yeah, and at this point with the inhibitor down, you're one good fight away from ending the game anyway. You know, Baron or not, it's just a bait objective at this point. Our team has to come out and give it, because if you lose Baron, I mean, that's pretty much the game right there. Like, it's going to be hard to defend the Nexus turrets anyway.
Right.
Well, TSS with all their advantages walk in, clear out the vision once again, and we're back.
Boner's in his prime position. See if he gets another pick here.
I think Vbon has to be the one that walks in. Vbon or Garithar, because Garithar's not important enough maybe to use resources.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, the Hex Gate from Vbon going in. What's he going to do? He uses the Orin Horn early, gets the knockup. He's maybe found Zillion separated as Boyo trying to kite back away. This is really well done so far by TSS, though. But now the engage comes in. Gabo taken pretty low, but it doesn't matter. Garithar just has to flash away. Finally gets taken down. RTM's trying to clump back up, re-engage the fight. Vbon in, gets a big knockup. Data is here. That's a double kill on the backside, though. Matt is untouched during this fight. Now works his way in. It's a triple kill for Matt. It's not a quadra kill for Matt. It's stolen by the Zillion, but the 5-for-0 ace for Team Shadow Spectres, and they'll run it on into the base and end game number 1.
Yeah, kind of the story of the game there. Just a fight where so many TSS members are left with very little HP, but able to come out ahead and really blow this series wide open. Really nice game 1 for themselves. You got to be proud of that performance. I liked the attempt from RTM. You got to do that because it's just your last chance and an interesting use of the Hex Gates. But in the end, TSS takes game 1.
Yeah, and huge early game from Gabo on the Graves, able to get into pockets of vision, get early picks, and get that early lead for TSS, and then they snowballed really nicely. They got Matt really fed on the Zeri, and in the end, untouched in a lot of the back of those fights, and it felt hard for ROTM to really get at him with the disengage tools that were available to the Shadow Spectres. So 1-0 for TSS, and we'll take just a short break and be back with game number 2. We'll see which caster of mine shows up for that one. I think Vaughn is here, so
We'll see.
guess he says he's here, so
Okay, perfect.
I'm a call him, and if he doesn't answer, I'll give you a ring back, I guess.
Sounds good. Enjoy the rest of the night if I'm not there.
All right, thanks, Lane.
See ya.
Hello?
Hello?
Okay.
He's alive. We did it.
Okay, we are live. Okay.
Yeah.
Nice. I can't reveal all the trade secrets that I was going to previously. I also saw game 1, which was faster than I expected.
My tournament code is invalid. I believe that means the lobby is full.
Yeah, that's what that means. Or what it means is the player slots are filled up.
Well, I have this link that might be draft for game 2.
Oh, okay, thank you.
And then I can spectate off of them if I don't get a slot.
Oh my god, draft just started.
Oh,
Oh,
they're
fast.
they're just ripping it.
Yeah.
I don't know which side is which. TSS is still blue. Okay,
Yeah, it looks like it.
sick. Wow, we're just ripping it. I need to update some stuff, but there's draft on the
You're
screen.
fine. I can talk over it while you do it.
All right.
I'm a little surprised at the Shen ban, but I understand because I know Vbon really likes the pick. The more standard stuff comes through with Ahri, but I always like seeing respect bans in amateur because I think there's a way too much weight that's put on what you see in a pro game when the expectations and limitations of teams are just so wildly different. If there's a problem that you need to eliminate for it to succeed, you should take it out. And we see that with Middle Sticks responding with a Zillion ban, which I do like. I think if you have troubles punishing a champion like Zillion, he scales out of control and enables not just like hyperscaling carries, but also bruisers like the Hecarim, the Udyr, and most recently the Shyvana. And also a Zeri, which is B1, which is a really common B1, but I'm really, really reluctant to always like Zeri because when I play against the Zeri, for example, my favorite answer, which has just been locked in, is Lucian. Because if you're not aware, Maris, Lucian's passive just got buffed in 12.6. And I think that the Lucian Nami, we finally saw it in professional play, is almost back at, if not at the same level against certain bot lanes as it was in Worlds, where it took over the meta for a while. So this Lucian could be going bot or mid, and I think it's going to excel in both roles. I'm not sure if you've watched any games where it's been picked before, but it looks very strong.
Yeah. I saw what the pro pick, I can't remember if it was LCS or LEC that slapped that one down.
I know for sure LCS did it.
Yeah.
Potentially LEC as well. And it's a good matchup into all the popular ADCs, and it's also very good in a lot of the blindable mids. For example, Ahri and Ryze, Lucian really has a strong lane phase into them. The response with Trundle Mundo is interesting. Mundo is, I view, a more counter-pick-oriented top laner where he's feels like the key to a lock in many, many compositions that rely on single-target CC or melee matchups. Maybe it's a bit of a call-out into Vbon's pool that they don't think he has an answer for it, but Vbon very confidently locks in the R3 Gnar, which is a very favorable matchup for Gnar. One of the few matchups I like for Gnar. I think he's not a very safe blind, but as a situational counterpick, if your top laner feels comfortable on it, it's a good thing to execute. So I'm already a big fan of the top lane matchup for Return of the Middle Six, which I wasn't a fan of in Game 1. I think the Gragas is a really good answer, and we see requisite bans. The Enchanter Church, the Disciples are out in full force. We may see 4 different Enchanter bans coming through. The Nami ban shows, also important to note, that TSS is considering that Seraphine is not the support, which I'm very happy for because we've been seeing more and more of Seraphine in the ADC position, which is definitely her strongest role, and it's not close. So I'm glad that TSS is thinking outside of the more traditional pool for where Seraphine has belonged and recognizes that she could in fact be a bot lane carry, or Lucian could be the bot lane carry as well, banning out the Nami. So I like that flexibility. I'm curious to see what Middle Sticks is going to turn on R4. Typically you want to hide your flex, and I would keep the Lucian flex in reserve, so we should expect a jungle pick here. Or not. They're geniuses. It's the Nautilus. That's already one wrong for myself. I'm curious, Maris, I know you play support. What do you like into Nautilus typically?
I don't know that I'm qualified to answer that, but
oh yeah, you are. What do you like to pick into Nautilus?
What do I like to
if
pick
you were in
into
this
Nautilus?
match?
Yeah. I don't know. I like Thresh and Leona, but the Morgana feels like a pretty good answer. It's really hard to actually break the Black Shield. You need to max your E before I think you can break it, and if Morgana's maxing her shield, you actually just can't ever. And then the Veigar, that's they still don't know if it's Lucian or Seraphine mid, I guess. So the Veigar is more of a blind pick for TSS. It's kind of interesting.
Yeah, I think the Morgana point you made is valid. Morgana needs a couple points in E, especially against like Seraphine, who can break the shield if she is bot lane, which we still technically don't know, but my money would be on its Seraphine ADC. It actually is going to be kind of difficult for Morgana to keep that black shield up. We're going to end the draft with an R5 Diana, which is an interesting choice into the Trundle. It's probably just data going back onto Comfort, but from personal experience, I know that Trundle actually has a favorable matchup into said Diana if he knows how to play around it. There are some rune choices he can make, for example, teching into maybe the Resolve tree, that make 1v1ing Diana in the early game something he's very easy to do. And if he is able to accrue a lead, it doesn't matter when Diana hits her spike. she's going to struggle dealing with him one-on-one, especially if it's paired with, let's say, it's not just a 1v1, but maybe a 2v2 mid, and she's locked down by the Vygar cage. So looking at the overall draft, it looks like on the side of the blue team, we've got Mundo top, Trundle jungle, which a potential flex could be Mundo jungle, but I doubt it. We have the Vygar mid, like you said, and the Zeri Morgana bottom lane, which isn't the strongest 2v2 I've ever seen. But on the red side, looks like we have Gnar, Diana. I'm going to confidently say the Lucian will go mid with Seraphine Nautilus bottom lane. So with that composition round out in mind, Maris, I have my thoughts about which side I like more, but if you had to be a player in this game, which comp would you feel more comfortable in going the distance and taking game 2?
I feel like this is my coaching session again. I didn't expect this one. I actually really like TSS's team comp. I think it's really hard for Lucian and Diana to play at their effective range into that comp. The cage and the Morgana ult and just the existence of Mundo feel really hard to navigate those particular champions with. It seems difficult for me to see where the big damage is coming from if you're locked down or trying to avoid all of that crowd control.
Yeah, I definitely think the side of Return of the Middle Sticks has the harder game to pilot. And by what I mean like that is if you look at the solo lanes and the bot lane in this match, the red side has 3 winning lanes. Gnar is going to have prio over Mundo and win favorable trades. The Lucian into almost any mage is going to be pretty successful because any marksman mid has that sort of early advantage. And then bot lane, the early Zeri wave clear and stay after so many nerfs, Zeri is not the powerhouse like queen pin that she has been. Right, she used to be insane pick ban. We all saw those Twitch clips, but her early game got hit so much that she's really fallen off a tier. She's definitely still strong, like top 5, maybe top 10 ADC, right? Like once she's scaled, she's unbeatable. But getting to that point is hard, especially when you have the Seraphine Nautilus. That's a lot of CC and that's a lot of wave clear. So when I'm TSS, I get a little nervous because if you have 3 losing lanes, it's really hard to know what to play for in the early game. Now, execution always comes down to it. They have good gank setup with the Morgana and the Vygar, the Trundle pillar as well. So it's on middle sticks to make sure they're not mispositioning. But what I mean is, I really am looking for red side to squeeze as much of a gold lead out off of the CS leads, off of the jungle camps being taken, off of the misposition, off of potential roams. That's where their lead has to go, because if this is going late, my money is on blue side with the Zeri Mundo Vygar. Like, they scale to the moon, and it's going to be hard for Nautilus and Diana to find the same efficiency, even Lucian, that they would have normally done if the game was ended by, let's say, 25 minutes. So I'm a little bit nervous about that if I was Team Red, but I love Seraphine ADC, so my gut has to be with Return of the Middle Sticks, simply because I think the pick is so undervalued and underutilized.
I just wanted to butt in the prediction for last game is a push. X-Craze had 3 kills, and Benji plus Vbon also had 3 kills. So you're getting your points back, you couple of people that voted. Okay, I need to spectate this game, and it's not working. Great. Cool.
The classic ride experience.
Let me restart my client and see if I can do it then.
Here, I got you. Just do this. In the interim. Unless you have a specific setup.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. They can just look at the same draft right now.
Fair enough. Fair enough. And I'm happy to talk about it more as well, because typically I've been seeing a lot of teams like the Nautilus is the go-to answer into Zeri, but I am loath to always blind pick Nautilus because I think the champion gets punished really hard, and the champion past like level 9 or 10 really just becomes an ult bot. And when you have the things like the Mundo, the things like the Trundle, the Morgana Black Shield for that targeted CC, it makes your champion that less efficient. Now, the champion is still great in lane. It still has its strengths and weaknesses, and usually in the first couple minutes of the game, those strengths far outshine the weaknesses. But if I'm piloting the Nautilus here, I find that my job gets harder and harder as the game goes on. And also, I'm not really sure, unless Gnar has a Mega, how the early skirmishes into those dragon fights are easily pilotable for the red side. I think obviously the Seraphine R is better when it's used as follow-up engage or disengage, but unless you have the Gnar going in or you have a really, really well played Diana ult, it's going to be hard for Seraphine to find those ults because the zone control from blue side is so strong. It's going to be hard for red side to establish the position through the troll pole and also the Vigar cage. So I think Merc Treads are going to be an exceptionally useful buy. I think that the mixed damage from pretty much everyone on that team, combined with the CC from Morgana, from Vigar, from Trundle, because Merc Treads also affect slows. I'm going to be looking for early Merc Treads from multiple members. I'd really like to see it on the Lucian here, actually. I think surviving that early burst. Also from the Vigar at 6, the Merc Treads help a lot.
Yeah.
We need to be watching for that.
For those of you watching on the stream, I'll show you my client. There's no champion pictures, so it's just hovering over the draft. There's 9 seconds left in the spectator delay, so hopefully we load into the game. That would be a real treat.
Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. It's okay. During the interim, we have to come up with our new bet. That's my favorite part of watching these streams. I love the bets. What was the bet last time?
It was more kills, X-Craze versus Benji and Vivon, and it was a push, so I refunded points.
All right. How about this? Because of what we said about the lane prio, does Middle Sticks get the first 2 dragons of the game? Yes or no? Because I think the onus is on them to get it. Not just the first one, but the first 2. That's my little personal prediction. Because I would say yes. I think if they're not getting the first 2 Drakes, I think something's been going wrong in the lane phase. They should be able to walk away with objectives.
Okay, this is going to have to be a quick predict because things are going to happen. So you got 2 minutes to tell me if RTM's going to get the first 2 dragons or not. And TSS is stacking up in the same banana bush, and RTM isn't going for the full 5-man full send into that bush again. So I like this setup better for ROTM, but this could be really devastating. If they spot X-Craze, the flash over the wall for the Dark Binding, now into a lot of other crowd control. He's got the Cleanse, he's got the Flash, and both summoners burned from X-Craze in exchange for the flashes from Gabo in Vayne.
Yeah, I always know what that feeling's like when you get the bind and you have cleanse and you're just snorting the copium like, guys, the Morgana bind will end. I won't need to use the cleanse. I'll just walk it out. But then the classic always happens where like the sun revolves around the earth, the stars crash to the ground and you're still in the Morgana bind. So we end up having to blow both of the summoners mid, which is really tough because if I'm blue side, if I'm my Vigar, I'm begging Gabo, who already was really good on the rums in the first games or the ganks. I really want to say, hey, once I get my cage level 3, it's time to come mid. Because I'm going to be getting pushed in by this Lucian, and I think we should punish this flashless marksman in the mid lane. So around the 3-minute mark, we should be looking at a potential mid gate from Trundle. Keep your eyes out.
Yeah, and plus the Trundle so good early on anyway with the pillar and the chomp. It's hard for X-Craze to get away if he's just a little too far up. We even saw that last game. It was some really excellent baiting from Boyo in the mid lane that X-Craze played straight into, and we'll see if he's older and wiser now after a game of experience of that.
I think he is a bit older and wiser. I like that he wasn't instantly hard shoving the wave, which I think a lot of Lucians make that mistake. Looking for the Q poke is always a good choice. And Trundle's decided after his 3 camp, he's already going to look mid. So it's potential that Vigar took cage second. So we might actually see an early first blood right now.
Oh, and the dash right into the cage, into the pillar. X-Craze doesn't have anywhere to go and is going to fall for first blood, and they'll hand it over to the Vigar as well. So script according to plan for TSS thus far, with the first blood after blowing the 2 summoners near the mid lane.
I love this aggression, by the way. This is one of my favorite things that I see teams do at this level. I'm also surprised. The positioning to punish Data at his blue, he doesn't even know. This is going to be brutal. This is at least a flash.
Yeah, dashes back to the blue buff, able to flash just outside of the cage, gets exhausted though by In Vain, now dashes back to his Gromp. They have a little bit of help coming, but Data is already so low now. X-Craze dashing back over the wall, trying to get some autos down. In Vain taken pretty low, but the Comet lands directly on top of X-Craze for the kill, and now he's back to the gray screen again for the second time already.
Excellent call. I'm going to check who pinged it. It doesn't show up in the client, but whoever on blue side called for that invade, excellently done. That was picture perfect. Diana, again, we talked about how she just isn't as strong as Trundle early. And with mid dead, the fact that we were able to punish this Diana, an early clear that wants to full clear jungle, doesn't really want the early skirmish until she's gone through 2 camps. Excellently punished. Like, it literally could not have been better. I am a huge fan of seeing that of either team, and because bot lane has the Morgana counter pick, they were able to have shove, and Morgana was there first, because when you have the double range to match up bot lane, that's one of those weaknesses that I mentioned with Nautilus. Something that is a problem for that champ is if you get counter picked, you're not going to have lane prio. So even though red side has a quote-unquote like winning 2v2 push, it didn't matter for anything.
X-Craze again, just eating the pillar, eating some auto attacks. Boyo is really going for it. Data's going to be able to pick up a kill on the back end. Just a little too overextended there for TSS, and now Gabo may be in a little bit of trouble as well, as Data's going to scrap it out with him. X-Craze can maybe get in range. Has to play this pretty cautiously, though, as he's very low. It's going to allow the Trundle to escape. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, good black shield from In Vain. Matt just continuing to layer in some of that Dark Binding lands, and Garithar is forced to flash away.
Hey, you know what? Vigar felt a little bad. You know, he wanted to even the playing field a little bit and decided he'd gift a kill out of the kindness of his heart. Way too over aggressive there, but I like the continued like attempt to punish this flashless Lucian. A lot of times we don't see enough of that aggression at this level of play, and I'm really pleased at, even though it didn't work and they bit off a bit more than they could chew, that aggression and also the jungle tracking going on is really, really good for Gabo to continue finding these pockets of play. And he's really able to swing what looked like potentially 3 losing lanes into an early game snowball that's resulted in almost a 2K gold lead. It's at 1.5, give or take, right now in 5 minutes, which really is nothing to sneeze at. So already boding very well for our blue side, and red side is going to have to look to stabilize a bit and let Diana get some of her camps after falling behind.
Yeah, our ROTM with now a tougher mountain to climb again here in game number 2. They had a good early start in game 1 and fell off a little bit toward the mid game. This game feels like TSS kind of picking up where they left off from game number 1. They're not scared. They're showing a lot of signs of aggression thus far, and it's paying dividends for them in that bot side area. Vbon, the sole beneficiary, I guess, of the attention going elsewhere. He's up a CS, so that's going well.
Huge.
Great for the Nair.
I think the best way to look at the top matchup as well is realistically Mundo isn't under any threat. It's up to Vmon to get a CS lead, but with Mundo's safe farming abilities, it's not really something that he's worried about.
Oh. Benji gets slowed by that auto attack. Matt, the flash forward from In Vain. He gets the auto down and is able to take down Benji, and now Gabo is here. Data's stuck in the binding. He's got enough time to file his taxes before he goes down, and Garithar has nowhere to run. It's a double kill for Matt, and again, the bottom side punished for RTM. TSS doing such a good job of exploiting that down there.
Yeah, and I understand why they did what they did, right? Obviously, they wanted to get the wave shoved, and they called Data to help, but a bit of a misposition from Benji there. When you're playing that Seraphine, you have such long range to go for that CS. He accidentally steps up just a little too far, and so TDR Matt's able to punish that. Benji had a nice sidestep on the binding when it happened, but it just didn't matter because they had committed too much for it. There was no more mana left in the Seraphine, and it's not like Nautilus can do anything in that situation either, so just a good punish by blue side, recognizing that, hey, like, even though they have numbers now, like, we have the chance to pull the trigger. Let's do that, and it nets them the first dragon. So I've already lost my 2,000 channel points that I bet for Rodham. A bit of an L for me on that one. But silver lining, Data's hit 6, and top might solo kill.
Yeah, Boner saw a little bit low. Vbon trying to kite back away. A couple more autos. Does he have the last one? The last two? Oh, it's a little too overextended, and the
Oh
pillar's going to
no!
keep him locked up. Boner saw picks up the kill.
Oh, that's so tragic. It honestly looked like Vbon had the. I mean, it looked like he had the kill. The flash out of the auto range, though, was just enough for Mundo to be able to regen just that much HP with his ult ticking. It was almost a battle of inches because he tanked so many minions, but I think Vbon might have canceled an auto. No, he didn't. It was just out of range. That's unfortunate. That's a tilter of a death to have for sure. And Maris, if you're Rodham, uh, what do you? Oh no! Before I even finish that, there's a tragedy about to happen to the little Gnar.
Gnar just trying to get
Oh
back to top
no!
lane. He finds a
No,
troll in whatever Vigar is up there.
Yordle,
I is he?
the tiny master of evil. You could
Yeah, I
say
guess
that.
so. Yeah, but you can't call him that.
Supervillain?
I don't know.
True. You should call him a supervillain. I think you'd be okay with that. Genius, handsome, Megamind. There you go.
Mega
The Disney spinoff.
no AP. Data finds a binding, looking for the gank down in the bottom lane, but there's just nothing really to be had for ROTM right now. This is honestly just perfect game so far from TSS. Even the one death was on the script for TSS basically. The flash forward from Garethar, the hook just needs the blitzcrank treatment, needs that extra 100 range. Data going in, big lunar rush. Do they have the damage to actually finish this one off? They do, as they take down Matt, and Vayne will fall. He's got a stopwatch. He's gonna die, but made it a little bit more dramatic there for us as Benji picks that one up. So finally, a positive play for ROTM, but Gabo and Boyo looking back in the mid lane. X-Craze trying to kite back away. He doesn't have the culling right now, so can't really throw that one in as Gabo just chases him off of the tower. They'll get another turret plate, lock him in the cage. He's hanging in there. X-Craze was able to take down Shelly. Didn't lose too much more for it.
A little part of that interaction bot lane that I really enjoyed was Data's ult actually pulled in both members of the bottom lane into that Seraphine ult. It was only going to hit one, and it was a good R flash recognition from Data to make sure that the Diana ult actually hit both, and then Seraphine ult hit both, which I think if he hadn't done it in that exact sequencing, one of them would have made it out. So that was a really, really clean execution, like mechanically speaking, really, really spot on from him there. And once the Black Shield is down, they're really susceptible to those kind of ganks because that's all Morgana has to offer in this 2v2. We're going to see if this top lane gank works out after we just talked about Data's good bot gank, but I can't imagine they're going to get a kill.
Yeah, Boner saw pretty tanky, has the ult running, gets thrown into the wall. Do they have the damage to eventually chunk through him? Data, one more auto. The wallop doesn't land. Data, oh no, the tower, the minions. Benji's here to save him, though, with the shield. They'll get maybe a tower plate or two, but they're not able to pick up the kill onto the Mundo.
The passive from Mundo there is really what made the difference. I'm always leery to try to gank the Mundo and waste my time. I mean, it was a matter of inches for sure, but the canister that protects from the CC, if your Diana doesn't have ult, you really don't have a good way to proc that. Wow, that stuns.
X-Craze just not quite able to escape that one and gets completely outplayed by the R button from Boyo. He's 3-1 now. The Predator plus Everfrost combo from Vigar is just it's a little fair. There's some gameplay that happens because of that combo.
Lucian actually should ask Mundo if he can borrow the passive. It might have saved him from any of these ganks. And this is, I'm going to be honest, probably the worst case scenario you can have as a mid lane Lucian. Playing from behind on this character when you're a soul lane is pretty miserable when the character absolutely relies on turbo stomping the early game. And it's not like you're ever going to catch up to the Vigar in terms of the utility. Really, really tough look from X-Craze. He's going to have to get creative in ways to find gold on the map. Like, the only thing he can really do, I think, is slink away to a side lane in the mid game and hope he can catch back up.
Yeah, it seems like what they're doing is they're putting X-Craze with Garethar and leaving Benji to kind of farm a solo lane. Maybe to get him a little bit of help. Garethar dropping the ultimate. Oh, just gets caught. The edges of these cages have been brutal for ROTM this game. Diana ult coming in. They're not quite able to find a whole lot with that Encore. Matt gets charmed up, but they just don't have the damage coming through, and Gabo re-engages with the Chomp and the Flash. Binding not quite going to land there, so TSS just takes the one kill, and they'll head maybe for their second Dragon of the game, maybe a little bit scared because they've seen that Vbon has walked down from the top lane. Oh, they're going to find Garithar. Can't really be walking in there, unfortunately, for the Nautilus.
You can't. I think, I mean, honestly, I'll just speak for what we're watching. It just looked like Blue Team is a bit more comfortable knowing what their comp does. Rotom is a team that definitely has a lot of flexibility and can bust out different picks when they want, but it just looks like Blue Team's a bit more polished. And honestly, this is no fault of their own. There's no shame in playing easy to execute champs. Their champions are honestly just a little bit simpler to go, like the Vigar Cage into the Trundle Pillar. There's absolutely value in easy to repeat executable action. Like Vigar presses E, Trundle Pillars, we kill Lucian. Stonks, right? Just repeat, rinse, and repeat. So in that last Dragon fight, it also highlights that thing I was concerned about in Champ Select for Rotom's team, which is that zone control. If blue side is set up, you can't walk through the Trundle Pillar and the Vigar Cage. It's just not going to happen. It's too hard. Red side is going to have to be there first. They're going to have the vision control. And if Mundo isn't there, the only person that can face check is that Trundle, which they're going to have to burn his ult before the fight and then look for the objective afterward, which is something that we haven't seen yet. So the first two Dragons, actually the complete reverse of what I expected. Already in the pocket of blue team and a stifling gold lead. Like, this is one of the largest gold leads I've seen pre-15 minutes in quite a while. How do you even start to work back from this? When you're the red side, you just scale and pray, I hope, but we'll see.
Yeah, you have to hope your 2-item Seraphine Lucian power spike is strong enough to really power through, and it's still a while before you get there. Data going in, looking for the kill, is going to maybe be able to take down In Vain, but no, the Soul Shackle is enough to deter, and that means that Data and X-Craze coming up blank again, burning a lot of their tools there, and now Gabo and Boyo. This
Killer.
duo, the Trundle Vigar combo, they'll get charmed by the Encore over the wall, trying to turn this back around, but is the damage here? Gabo is able to finish off Garithar. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Vbon just scrapping it out. Can he get to Mega in time? It doesn't look like it. He gets solo killed. Data falls inside the cage. It's a double kill for Gabo. And TSS gets 3 kills cross map. They continue to pressure in on that top lane now as Boner Saw's running over the top lane.
Yes, and now we finally see, I mean, granted, the gold swing is a little bit different, but there's just no one that can kill this Trundle. Data's had continually really good ults on the Diana, like he used it bot side there, but the punishment on Lucian just means that the champ just does no damage. It's just the unfortunate truth of the situation. Like, the culling was good from the Lucian, he cleanses the Morgana ult, like the plays were in the right spot, but because of how he was punished early game off of that level 1 invade, it's just the game feels so swung out of control, and realistically, I think it's really, really hard to catch out someone when you have almost no damage on the map. It's almost just Diana. Like, top's getting soloed. Bonersaw's done literally a fantastic job of this matchup, by the way. I think he's done an excellent job of playing around the weak points of his champ and just understanding when he spikes on the 2 items. Like, that's a serious lead he's got going up on there. And continue on that no damage trend from red side, Benji's opted into a Moonstone, which I like, but maybe not in this game, because when you're lacking the damage, you need it from anywhere you can get. And at a 10k gold deficit at 16 minutes, I think it's going to take blue side some serious mistakes and some seriously excellent picks from this Diana or this Nautilus in a place they don't expect. I'm looking for Garithar to be sneaking into some bushes. I'm looking for Data to be sitting in lane. They're not going to win playing standard anymore. It's one of those moments where it's like, guys, this early game has gone so unfortunately. The only way we can bring it back is just playing a completely different game. So it's time to just, I think the saying is throw it at the wall and see what sticks. That's definitely the vibe I'd be having if I was in this game. I'm just like, okay, guys, that went about as poorly as possible. Let's just see what we can possibly do to bring it back. Time to just experiment. Maybe look for some off plays that you wouldn't really do if the game was more evenly balanced. So that's my only take on what's going to be able to save this one. So I'm hopeful. I want to see some life as we're going into the later half of this game.
Have you played Dota, or do you follow the Dota scene at all?
You know, I have played a little Dota. The turn speed always gets me though.
Yeah, I can't play it, but I always enjoy watching when the international comes around. I love they always refer to it as Rat Dota. Just look, clear waves, shove it, just move people around the map, try to find
Yeah.
picks. It's Rat Dota. That's what we gotta play right now. We gotta play
Yeah.
some Rat League. You have the Rat
Yeah.
Champion up in the top lane, so maybe that helps out.
I like that terminology. Yeah, it's funny enough, like Garthar's at that perfect point where his champion just feels like a walking sack of gold, but maybe he's the one that can get that pick. Okay, well, Vigar, NT, bro. NT, NT, NT. Nice try.
Yeah.
It's not like he needs the items anyway, right? Or the abilities. Red side can never contest anything.
Yeah, Dragon has spawned, and that's going to mean that TSS can go immediately towards Soul Point. In vain, walking in, and the supportal combat probably doesn't go super well for Garethar right now.
No, and I don't think it ever will. The only way you can really break that shield is if you're far ahead in the matchup, but it's just going to be too difficult at this stage of the game, especially because Morgana's opted in that first item Zanya's, which I think she's one of those champions that can build a mythic second. We see it a lot most typically in Ezreal, but Morgana's a good example because the value from the Zanya's is just everything that champion needs. I think the idea that Nautilus can get a pick with Morgana there is pipe dream, and another free tower picked up, because honestly, this Rift Herald just needs to be used before it runs out of time. So the gold lead widened once again, and it's Rat League, just like you said. This is all we got. Get him, little Gnar, get him. You do your best, pal.
Do you like the Kraken Slayer on X-Craze? I feel like it might have needed to be a Gale Force just for a little bit of safety, but Garethar looking for a pick in the bottom lane. Data trying to find his way onto Boyo, gets the pull in with the Moonfall, and now the collapse from Invade from the side means that everything is just happening. My dog is over here at the same time, and it's a double kill for Gabo. It's not going well for Crowstorm right now.
No, it's not. But honestly, a 1 for 2 like almost feels worth at this point, because you've literally increased your kills by like 33%. I'm gonna be honest, I don't think Morgana has the damage without ult. So hey, you know what? They're gonna almost double their kills now. Good for them.
Yeah,
2 for 2. We count those.
Yeah, Data got
Consolation.
the solo kill. They did it.
Yeah, I don't think they can end here, so I'm just gonna talk about the Kraken Slayer unless there's a sick Gnar ult. Boom.
Naro ult from Vbon trying to save the game on the doorsteps of the base. They just don't have the damage
no
really
damage.
to chunk through. Matt can kite for days, gets hit by another stray Seraphine E, and now finally taken down as Benji gets his Q back up. But they're powering on through. Data looking for anything he can. He wins the fight with Gabo, and now Boyo and Boner Saw maybe in a little bit of trouble. Data might just have to let them escort themselves out of the base. X-Craze can't really collapse. Vbon looking for more autos. They've got the slows. Do they have the damage to ever kill the
Tickle,
Mundo?
tickle, tickle.
Data's on the flank. They don't see him just yet. Now they're going to spot him on this pink ward. Data, just has to
dead.
wait for the... Okay, he's fine. He's got the dash away. Vbon's still looking for it. They have to be careful. There might be enough people for TSS. Like, there's been enough time that TSS can maybe regroup here. But our team saves the game. They're still alive. They're down 11,000 gold, though, and mixing a Nexus Tower.
Hey, no Nexus Tower in a dream. Like, this would be a goated comeback. Like, one, you tell your grandchildren, be like, yeah, I was in the Runeterra Academy Junior Wars of 2012 or 2022, and see, like, I'm even pretending like I'm old. I'm mixing up my years, and you can be like, yeah, this one time I was down 10,000 gold. Your grandchildren will be like, Grandpa, X-Craze, what is League of Legends? And you're like, it was a mistake. But honestly, seriously, trading like 2 for 2.
There's League of Legends
impressive.
2 at that point, you know?
Oh yeah, they have like 7 trillion champions. Oh, this looks like the end of the game for Red Team, I'm going to be honest. But maybe...
Oh, that's a big ult from Benji. They're trying to turn it. Do they actually have the damage? In comes the Diana ult. No, it's not. They're smacking them with the wallets right now. Good sidestep by Matt on the wall up, and he is untouched on the backside as the Zeri. Now, touched a little bit, but not overly so. And TSS gonna run it in down the bottom lane, waiting for everybody to escort themselves in. And now Boner Saw teleports in. They have the minion wave. Benji and X-Craze trying to defend. Do they have enough on the doorsteps of the base in game number 2? I don't think they can kill the Mundo. Even if they wanted to, Garethar's respawned, and TSS doesn't care. They've got the Nexus for game 2. They're up 2-0, and on match point now, Crowstorm on the brink of being eliminated.
The oh, and it makes it even just a little bit poignant because when you look at that kind of engage that happened at Raptors, it's so close to being good. If they are not down 12,000 gold, it's a good angle, right? Like I start by saying like, oh, it looks like red team's lost, and then they continually surprise me like the Gnarl in the fountain, the Seraphine ult, not in the fountain, but outside the NM towers, the Seraphine ult at Raptors. It's just like these are good looks. The team knows what they're trying to do. They just shot themselves in the foot getting there because their comp was an excellent team fight comp, right? It was very standard front to back. A little difficult because there's not really like a true tank, especially because Trundle can just ult like Diana or Nocturne or Gnar, depending on. I said Nocturne, but I meant Nautilus. Whoever's going in first just gets instantly melted, and then Vigercade cuts off the rest. But like that Seraphine ult there, if they had 5,000 gold more, which I know is a lot, but still, it was an 11,000 gold gap, right?
Mhm.
It was winnable. Those fights are winnable. I think that game is the best example of as we get higher up in the competitive experience of these teams, one mistake is really punishing. Like, I honestly can attest that whole game, or at least a large majority of it, for Lucian blowing both sums level 1. Not even dying. It was such a huge swing. The great recognition from Trundle to 3 camp into the gank, exactly as we expected. And then they used that Trundle and Vigar combo to absolutely bully X-Craze out of the game. They able to kill top. They invaded Diana, took over her jungle, and after Trundle had his first reset, he was unkillable. Just an absolute demon king on the map. And from then on, it looked almost nigh impossible for Rodham to find a foothold for something they wanted, especially once that Nautilus got counterpicked. That large early game presence was just snuffed out by a champ that, we don't maybe see in pro play, but when a player knows how to pilot it and knows a matchup comfortably and likes a counterpick, that's when that amateur League of Legends experience really shines through, where it's like, hey, this is a Nautilus, I'm a Morgana, let's get to work. So seriously clean game from Shadow Spectres. Like, wow, impressive how well coordinated that looked. You could have shown me that VOD and I would have believed they were a Masters Plus team with some of those rotations. Seriously well played. I like that a lot.
Well, I'm going to pee while we set up game number 3. So I'll be
All
right
right.
back. You can entertain the stream if you want to. You can let it play some music, whatever you want to do.
All right, I'll entertain the stream. No problem. All right, guys. Maris is gone. It's time. Chat, talk to me. Who's here? We're the Shadow Spectre fans. Type in chat. Your team just went nuts. I'm not the traditional caster, so we're going for the fireside chat approach. Here, okay. Honestly, yo, your team just milli rocked Rodham. I'm gonna be honest. I love the Rodham boys. That was a crazy clean game. Like, I'm a Rodham fanboy, right? You guys should. You better send DMs, bro. Go simp. Go simp in TSS DMs. Just be like, holy sh... Wait, am I allowed to swear? I think so. Holy shit, you guys are clean. Me, Gabo? Yo, Gabo. You're looking like a little bit of a freak, bro. Love that 3 camp mid. That was so juicy. It's like, love that. Sad you can't say V name right. I don't know what that means, but I feel that. Hey, where are my Rodham fans, though? Where are you at? Come forward. It's the reverse sweep. Where are you at? Type. What are you gonna type? What should you type in chat? All right, give me an oh my dog if you think the reverse sweep can happen. An oh my dog. I just did it. That's me. I'm Firelight. What's up? Classic oh my dog reverse sweep angle. Or if you think it's gonna be 3-0, hit me with a. I've never looked at the emotes. Hit me with a PogChamp if you think it's a 3-0. Let me see the emotes in chat. Let me see the chat interaction. I'll do it because you sound like you want me to. Hey, Revnon, I'm glad you understood the assignment, King. Like, I need some chat interaction in my life. All right. Things I want to see in game 3. Okay, Lucian Flex is sick. However, I like it a lot more into Zeri. I'm going to keep it a $sign chat. If you've ever played Zeri into a Lucian lane, you lost. It's over. It's just so unplayable. Like, just slam the Lucian Nami there. Honestly, even Lucian, like Lulu, Lucian Yumi, I don't know if you guys played against that. It's so miserable. That character is just fucking... whoops. I think I can say that. I've heard this on stream before. That character is just Thanos with an enchanter. Champ select was a little sus, I think, last game. I think picking fourth in jungle feth was it. Yeah, right? I was in draft. Okay, like, it literally during draft, I was like, oh, they're going to pick jungle here and then R5 support. Like, I don't know. I thought that was the juice. I mean, counterpick jungle 5th? I don't know. I think there was enough jungle pick left. I think there were some options. I think, yeah, a little bit of I think if they'd just done that and saved support for counterpick, I think that game actually goes really differently. I also... what else do I want to say about draft? Should I be saying this on... Yeah, I think it's fine. Yeah. I would have liked support 5th. Also, support counterpick is OP, right? Because the role's OP. Just give the OP role to support. What else? Sarah mid maybe would have worked out. Nah, Sarah mid... I would rather have the Seraphine honestly go support at that point. I think Seraphine mid is her worst role. Realistically, though, if you wanted to, you could have flexed the Seraphine support. Because, like, you know it's the Morgana, right? And Seraphine wins that matchup. If you flex the Seraphine support, they pick the Vigar. You smile wide, and you slam, like, LeBlanc.
I'm back, by the way.
Welcome back. Yeah, you slam something like LeBlanc. If he's an assassin player, you could go, like, Kiana. I don't remember what X-Rays plays, but, like, you could have counterpicked the Vigar a little bit, too. But I don't know what they like. But I'm just talking about draft with the chat. Which, you know, gotta farm the interactions, so... I was just saying, I was talking about what was going on. I thought it was a little strange that... I still have the draft open, right? I thought it was really strange that in the last draft, that support was not saved for the 5th pick. Like, they saved jungle for R5. I thought that was an interesting choice. Maybe there's, like, some jungle pick that they have up their sleeve that they really wanted to bring out, but then decided not to. But with the Trundle shown, I felt like there was no reason to blind the support pick. Maybe they just weren't sure what they wanted their comp to look like, but I'd be interested to see, like, what the rationale for that was.
Did you get into the lobby or no?
I'll ask them to invite me.
No, they're full up. Here you go. Here's a draft link. They're doing it.
Oh, draft's already started. Beast mode. I guess Gabo's just like a kindred aficionado, so they're just permabanning it out of respect. I always like when teams did that. I think when someone's really good at a champ, you should just take it away. And the Zillion stays through, which I'm also a fan of. I'd honestly really like to see the Zeri ban. I think that while the champion isn't the best ADC, I think that Rodham is really struggling to punish it. I don't think it's necessarily the problem, but I'd really like to see it be taken away.
Ooh, I'm
Thank you.
I'm surprised that they're banning it when they could just pick it blue side and keep hold of that pressure. Like they could either, you know, take Zeri or trade Jinx and Zeri. Like, I don't know. It's interesting. They're gonna go with Trundle B1.
I can understand the Zeri ban simply because when you're red side, you can counterpick the Zeri with like a really hard marksman. Like if this guy plays the Lucian or the Draven, for example, Varus is another good one. And then also you have support counterpick. It's kind of hard on blue side to make it work in the same degree. And if they don't, maybe they have different prioritizations for what they want to play ADC. So, and you're usually never getting the Jinx on blue. It's kind of like a hopium thing, but if they ever got Jinx on blue, that'd be epic. Like, that champion is so ridiculous. The arcane buff has just never ended. The Trundle B1 is honestly interesting. I think they're making like a meta call where it's like, hey, you know, you're going nuts on the Trundle. We think the best junglers, like Trundle has good matchups into the Jarvan, into the Volibear, into the Udyr, into the Diana. There's so many things that Trundle wins against. Xin Zhao, he's not, you know, what he used to be, but he's still really good. The Trundle B1 is essentially just like, hey, we don't like have another pick we seriously want, but we think this is an important crux for the game. Oh, wait a minute. Samira
All right, so
Oh my.
you're up against the wall. You pull out your pocket picks. This is the Benji and Garithar special. They've got the Amumu Seraphine locked in, or the Amumu, God, the other champion with the S, Samira.
Yeah,
Amumu
Samira.
Samira. And it looks like they might have to try to kill Seraphine Janna. So that might be a little rough.
Good luck. This Janet character, I've seen her solo queue stats and I've played her a bit. She is so powerful with the amount of, like, I thought the Janna pick game 1 when I was still coming in was really, really smart. I love when supports will, like, no ego, just slam enchanters. I think they're so powerful right now. And I think with all the champs that are being played, they all get stuffed by it right there. Gone are the days of the Elises. Gone are the days of Rek'Sai's been seeing a bit more surge in popularity, but like the AP jungle, the the assassins, the things that enchanters really struggle with, they're gone. If you look at all the popular jungle picks, it's usually like the lumbering bruiser giant tanks right now, like the setup. So I'm a big fan of the Janna here, and also I like that Rodham is recognizing, like, hey, they have double enchanter. We should ban out carry junglers that utilize that really effectively, especially ones that could potentially be good against the Trundle, because they're looking to pick jungle here. If they have the Kindred's banned, well, that's a lot of things taken off the table that are really good with those enchanters, and they're looking for something that's going to be able to pair well with them. So I'm curious as to see what the answer is.
I feel like
Oh, they
Xin
tease
Zhao's
us.
the best of the things that they've hovered, but the King would
Yeah.
be really fun.
The King would be really fun.
I don't like the Rek'Sai as much, but it's okay. We're vibing.
I do enjoy a good Rek'Sai game. I think another really good answer could have potentially been, it's not like a hard winning matchup either way, but I really like the Viego here, empowered by the double enchanters. If you're comfortable with your Gragas being engaged and Seraphine with follow-up, I think Viego Trundle is fine for Viego. And the Rek'Sai is a bit more of like an early game powerhouse, but if we think of what Gabo's done the best, it's literally what Rek'Sai is built to do. That is the entirety of her kit. It's to get those early game kills, it's to gank from unexpected places, it's to find those picks, it's to snowball early. A bit of a mismatch in terms of what they're looking for with the Seraphine Janna, but once the Moonstone and AP is completed bot side, they're going to be totally fine. So Rek'Sai is an interesting choice. Strong jungler, maybe not what I've picked here, but I don't necessarily hate it. So I'm curious to see how Blue Side's going to respond to this Vi.
Oh,
With a Nunu. And a Vayne? Well, is that a placeholder? That'd be pretty sick if they're just slamming Vayne. Wow. Those picks happened really fast.
Yeah, they're not saying anything about that. That's just Vayne. So that's Seraphine mid, probably, with the Vayne Janna bottom. That's the classic bottom lane.
Yeah, seriously, the Vayne with the Enchanter, I mean, I think the only thing I see more often with the Vayne is the Lulu. Interesting that they decided that the Seraphine would go mid. I do think that is her least impactful role. Also, I'm very pleased as someone who's familiar with Rodham to see X-Craze on Syndra. This is, in my opinion, his best character. And I think it's time, after struggling in Game 2 and sort of running into a brick wall Game 1 on LeBlanc into the Janna Zillion comp, I like that he's just on. We all picked Comfort, right? I've played against Data before in a points-based league called Metashift, and I know his Nunu from personal experience. I am a big fan of just locking in, just like you said, like the bread and butter, like the Samira Mumu, they love bot lane. I think it's a really hard 2v2 to win against the Janna, but it's just like any Amumu lane where if you land double Q level 1 or level 2, you're probably getting a kill or at least flashes. And what the comp that I'm looking at from Rodham is telling me, it's like, okay guys, we're getting honestly stomped in the early game. Let's pick some champs that do something. They pick the Syndra, they pick the Amumu, they pick the Nunu, they pick the Samira, which looks to dominate the lane phase. I really, really enjoy that look from them. And also quietly in the top lane, they managed to give themselves kind of a favorable matchup as well with the Trundle into the Gragas.
You like the Trundle into the Gragas?
I think I do. The reason why is because that funny Hull Breaker item exists, and if I'm Gragas, I'm going AP for this 1v1, right? So Vbon is going to be super annoying because his entire goal this game is to split until like the end of time, right? So if he's constantly pulling away Gragas, all of a sudden the like engage and or follow up and or disengage takes a big hit. Gragas in this comp is a really like versatile tool because he can serve as like an explosive, offensively minded, engage. It's really easy for him to disrupt a Nunu. It's really easy for him to disrupt the Amumu. So he's kind of a two-bladed sword. But he can do a lot to stop Trundle, especially if he goes tank. So I'm going to look for him to go AP a second time, and he's going to have to just wave clear because he's going to lose the trades against Trundle unless he goes phase rush, right? Because he went Comet. So if you think about what Trundle likes to do, he likes to take a chomp out of Crime and just whack someone over and over. So I think the only way Gragas really likes this lane phase is if he looks for those classic like body slam Q autos and then like waddles away with the phase rush, or else I think Trundle's going to absolutely eat him as a snack. And yeah, Vivon, I mean, he's going to Sunder, Hullbreaker, see you later. He's going to be like your solo queue top laner, okay? Like you're just never going to see him. And
I just don't know
honestly,
that
it'd be a
plays
job well done.
super well into Vivon's strengths as a person. He's always so selfless. This is going to have to be a much more selfish game from him, which will be interesting.
Yeah, it actually is a bit of a stylistic difference for him. Now that you mention it, I almost never see on things that aren't named like Ornn, Sion, Shen. But I think it's important this game. I think that while he does add a lot to the strength of the team, I think playing Trundle into Seraphine, Janna, Vayne sounds like a nightmare. And I think the strength of the champ on his Sunder or Hullbreaker is that no one can match him. I think the weakness that I see in TSS's comp is that they really only have the Seraphine wave clear. And if Gragas goes like AP, I don't know, Gragas wave clear takes a bit longer. Like Seraphine can push a wave, but otherwise all the other champs farm the waves pretty slowly. So Trundle's always going to be a threat in the side lane. Like realistically, I think blue side wants to like 4-1. Have a strong pick setup with the Nunu, the Syndra, the Amumu. All in quickly and get out before anyone can react off of the perma CC. I think that's definitely what they're looking for on the blue side. And on red side, it's weird because they look like they want to disengage, but then they have a Rek'Sai. So it feels a little bit off. And it's going to be on Miggy to make sure, or X-Grays, it's going to make sure that mid lane isn't getting farmed this game, because it's a really, really scary proposition against the Seraphine gank setup with the Rek'Sai. Any E lands from Seraphine, that's a 99% slow. And if it's the double E, it obviously roots him, and then Rek'Sai is just a quick flash knockup, and that's a dead mid laner. So it's going to be on him to making sure that he's tracking jungle and not mispositioning and blowing his flash early this game.
Yeah, and just a quick update from the Runeterra Academy main stream. It's 1-0 for VBU Monster Mash right now. Dark Wind just about to load into game number 2, so we're synced up about a game behind. You can watch that on the Runeterra Academy main stream. There's another quarterfinal going on the Dorado Gaming esports stream. So there's 3 streams you can watch right now with Runeterra Academy action. I've been told to plug that. So if you're in the juniors chat in Runeterra Academy, there's just a multi-twitch that they've made that looks really nice. I'm not going to click it because my computer would probably die while I'm streaming, which wouldn't be ideal. So 30 seconds to go, and Crowstorm again up against the wall. Match point now for Team Shadow Spectres. It was a back and forth, pretty closely contested game number 1. TSS just slowly grew a snowball out of and ran it over. Game 2 was a clinic, though, from Team Shadow Spectres. And that's what ROTM are up against now. Crowstorm need to find their way back into this game. They picked an early game comp. They picked a lot of comfort. And they have, one more shot. No mistakes available left. They need to win or they're done for the season.
Honestly, if the mentals are fine, O2 is almost freeing. Like, if you're not super tilted as a player when I'm in this position, it's always like, okay, well, I mean, we're already at the edge, right? Like, it can't get worse. So it's this weird relief where, I mean, I guess you can choose, but I always think I like to consider it from a perspective like, hey, like, we already dropped the 2 games. No one's expecting us unless they know who we are. Like, the general public, when you see someone go down 0-2, is like, oh, they're probably just going to, get 0-3. It's like snowball, momentum, psychology kind of stuff, right? But when you're the team down 0-2, if you can find it, like, mentally to be like, hey, we got nothing more to lose. That's when some real solid team play can come through.
Ooh, Gareth are going to walk in. Are they going to look for Boner Saw? They get the ward. Ward kill goes to Data, which is a little unfortunate. Not that they could really plan that one out. You just want the ward kill on the solo lane just so that you can get the early level 2. But
well, actually, that is a bit of a misconception. The XP is shared by whoever's nearby, not who gets the kill.
Oh, okay.
So how it works is it splits it up to, like, let's say that you were playing top lane, I was playing mid lane, and Nunu was our jungler. If we were both there, as long as we're in the proximity of the ward, we'll get the XP for it and hit level 2. If there's more than 3 people, you won't hit level 2 on the first wave. So not the end of the world, and honestly, getting an early ward is really nice. It looks like they're going for a really interesting late invade. It's possible that Miggy started W. I'm not entirely sure. He hasn't leveled an ability, actually, which is smart, because if he's here, he would level W. If you click Syndra, he actually didn't level W or Q. So they're going for a little bit of cheeky business. I'm really interested if Red Side is going to read this, because they have a ward on Raptors. So I'm curious to see if Rek'Sai is going to realize it and try to vertical jungle and take Nunu's blue side camps, or if Nunu's going to get away with a little bit of a heist, do blue Gromp, potentially look for a gank, and then go red, clearing up to his top side camps. This is a really interesting play from blue. I'm actually a huge fan of this. Like, hey, it's, you're down 0-2. Why not? Time to pull out some stops.
Ooh, he's going to get spotted if he goes to his Raptors right now. And there it should be known if they paid attention to which side he entered from. There's a question mark ping on him. Decision point now for Gabo. He's got his Raptors, and then where is he going to go? Is he going to go into the enemy blue side or into his own blue side?
So I'm trying to watch the solo lanes here, because if the call was to go into their blue side, you would have seen a more aggressive push from Gragas and Seraphine. It's possible Rek'Sai looks to invade it alone. Miggy's going to spot this on a ward, so it's not even going to be a problem for him. But seriously, this is absolutely killing the Rek'Sai early game. It's seriously a struggle for Rek'Sai right now. Miggy's still going to step up, but he's just going to E, and it's just going to be totally fine. Not even a problem for him.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what you don't want as Rek'Sai. Like, there's just a barren black hole in his jungle, and this is the perfect time also for Nunu to gank. I'm going to expect this to be a kill. I'm expecting a kill here 100%.
He's rolling in. It's the greatest snowball ever. He's got the drift, but it's not quite enough for anybody to get in. Now Gabo looking for it. Gets exhausted on his way in. Benji low, has to dash away. It's first blood as the auto follows from Matt. And TSS, had their jungle taken, but they still get first blood down in the bottom lane.
Well, it was a kill. Hey, it was a kill. I ascertained that there was a kill. It wasn't for the side I expected. I think that, like, Revdon said it in chat, but that do or die mentality sometimes can bite you, because when you're down, you really feel like you need something off of your ganks. And in a normal game, I think when you get 2 flashes, most teams are like, okay, hey, like, we got what we came for. We'll just regank. But that pressure to make something happen resulted in a bit of overextension and a great punish from Gabo. Like, he didn't have to generate that play. Rodham kind of fell into it. And what looked like a really efficient gank from Data, resulting in the 2 blown flashes, the call to keep going resulted in Gabo, like, he was able to completely mask the fact that he missed those early camps by catching up on a bit of XP and getting Scuttle. So now he actually has a level lead on the Nunu, which is really not ideal for Nunu after he did that excellent play in the jungle. So he's looking for a return gank as well.
Yeah, Gareth are forced to flash away just in time as Gabo's returned. He doesn't have a whole lot of options yet. Now he has some camps up on that top side, but it's a lot of pressure already again from Gabo. He's done really well these the first 2 games and having a strong start again in game 3 despite some clever early pathing from ROTM. And now still continuing to threaten. They get the knock-up. Invane gonna take an extra tower shot there, but I don't like that Invane is not playing the Vayne and they have a Vayne on their team. That might get confusing. Maybe not.
True. We should ask them the role swap. Actually, Vayne support. I mean, max E, I see the line, right? It's just perma disengage. I see it. And something also that is really demoralizing when you're the bot lane here is, oh my gosh, Vbon is playing with fire,
Yeah, Vbon
actually.
playing with fire, but Data's here. Oh, he tried to flash through the snowball. It's just too thick. There's a couple extra C's on that one. Data should eventually, yeah, got the last auto there and a kill up on the top side for RTM.
Okay, I saw the line. You know what, Gragas, I like the energy, okay? I can kind of get what you're going for there. Sometimes the execution just isn't there. Nunu doing exactly what Nunu's supposed to. I think you can't really ask anything more from the Nunu in this matchup. And this is also a good read on Rek'Sai potentially being mid. Like, seriously, Data's playing really well. We're talking a lot about Gabo, but I think, honestly, Data's just been a bit of a sufferer for
Ooh,
his
the Encore gonna
laner
hit. And Gabo
sins.
hanging over the wall. The disengage is there. Data trying to turn this one back around. The Unleashed Power chunking through Gabo. Do they actually have the damage they do with the chomp? And Data picks up his second kill.
Wow, that worked. Thank God. I was literally about to eat my own words with the Data being punished by his laner sins, and Miggy's able to survive that burst. Thankfully, the Rek'Sai wasn't 6, which is obviously the champion's strong point, and I don't think she's close to 6 based off her jungle pathing. She's going to need to take 2, maybe 3 camps to get there, and Nunu pre-6 is a lot more effective than Rek'Sai pre-6, especially at 2v2, because you can just layer the CC. And Nunu, I don't know if you've played against Nunu recently. I feel like that champion always has surprising damage. When he procs Phase Rush off of his like snowball and the chomp, all of a sudden he's starting to, really, really take. I mean, not to make another bite joke because there's a Trundle and a Nunu, but a real like bite out of my HP bar. Like he is seriously chunking him. So Data is really making sure that even after that early snafu bot lane, like the gold's completely even, and saving X-rays from that gank is extremely important. This Syndra needs to stay even to make sure that she has the damage to deal with this team come mid-game against double enchanters.
Yeah, Nunu's one of my favorite picks when I have to play jungle, so right on in there.
Yeah, I think it's a solid pick to make as well. Like very straightforward on how to play the character, so I can get that.
Yeah, Vbon uses subjugate. Oh, he flashes the
Oh!
explosive cask, and he kicks the chomp. The solo kill for
love
Vbon
that.
in the top lane on the Trundle.
I don't think this gank is going to amount to much, but I like the effort. Oh, we thud into the wall. Happens, King. Data, it's okay. Happens to the best of us. I'm going to go back to that Trundle. It's the exact same thing that was mentioned before. If you're watching how top lane HP is going, those short trades are always Gragas favored. Oh, goodbye, Miggy. I think Mr. X-Craze is dead once again, but maybe he kites it out. Okay,
He's trying
Syndra?
to kite it out. Gabo gonna get knocked up by the greatest snowball ever. He's got the kill. Data with his third of the game, now into the absolute 0, and Boyo has to flash away after cleansing.
Okay, there's some life. Rodham's come alive. The comfort fix really, really, really do matter. Really, really enjoying that Data is making sure that, I mean, it honestly feels like he's that classic babysitter that's making sure like, hey, make sure you keep the kid out of trouble, make sure they're in bed at the right time, make sure that Rek'Sai doesn't gank them over and over and tilt them out of the oblivion, right? Like, the Nunu's doing what it's supposed to do, working excellently, and I didn't expect the pick either. Again, going for this gank, maybe they can burn a flash this time.
Oh, the max
good.
range bandage toss is gonna get the flash and cleanse out of Matt, so that's definitely repeatable, but not gonna find anything extra on this one. Oh, Garethar is still just looking for it. Good tumble from
He's
Matt.
feeding.
Yeah, he's feeling it. He wants it. He's a little teapot, and he needs to prove that he is both short and stout right now.
I think also the dream situation has happened early game where, oh my goodness,
Oh,
Nunu
we're going for the
cannot
3v3. Garethar in, hits
like
the double
this.
curse of the Sad Mummy. Benji trying to stay on the outside. Now he's got the ult. They'll tear on through for 2 in vain. In trouble as well, has to flash away. So the 2 kills for RTM in the bottom lane off of the Inferno trigger from Benji Peach. And that means the dragon should be secured for Crowstorm.
That is, I mean, dear Lord, I'm pretty sure Nunu just ganked bot lane 3 times in 1 minute. I would lose my mind. Like, the amount of tools that bot lane had that he systematically took apart. First it was the flashes. First they came for our flashes, then they came from our ults, and now they came for our lives. Even with Rek'Sai there, like, the dream has happened, right? The ultimate goal of the early game was Rek'Sai not getting kills because she excuse me, Void Queen, I would never. She really doesn't fit the identity of the rest of the team, so she's a champ that really needs to find her gold early. Speaking of finding their gold early, Vivon is probably going to win this fight the longer it goes.
Yeah, I
but
don't know why Boner walked back in for the extra chomp. It was okay until that one, but
I think he was trying to bait him. I don't know. Vivon had a sixth sense about where Rek'Sai was. They might have spotted her on the bush, but he doesn't have a sixth sense this time because he's just dead here.
oh, gets knocked up. That was a surprising amount of healing out of nowhere, but still gets taken down. Good gank from Gabo, able to find that timing. Boyo walking up, just gonna help out and take that Rift Herald for TSS. Meanwhile, bottom camps have been cleared by Data, so he's looking back again in the mid lane. Garithar hits the bandage toss onto Matt. Can they get any extra damage? Flash, the way in for Benji is a little bit rough here. He's got the ult, and he'll just burn down some minions with it. So
Yeah,
no,
that was
it's the Garithar flash.
oh,
X-Craze
Get him, Miggy!
didn't have the sixth
Oh.
sense over the wall to see him, and now Garthar's still looking for it. They're
Oh.
really committed to this dive now. Underneath the tier 2, Data not able to find that snowball, and now ROTM gonna have to back off. They'll get a turret plate or two for their trouble.
Yeah, this is one of those plays that you love to try to make, but you're going to lose your top tower from the Herald. And I love the proactivity, right? Don't get me wrong. Also, Vayne steals this.
Oh,
This is
no.
That's so tilting as Nunu. But you're going to lose a lot of gold on this overall. I don't mind that the Syndra came down to roam, but missing 2 waves mid and then not being able to potentially protect from the top lane dive is a tough scene because Trundle losing all this potential gold lead he could have had on the Gragas because he wins the extended trades is tough. I'm going to hope Vivon will freeze close to his tower if he is comfortable doing so and catch up a bit, but we'll see if that happens.
Garithar able to find the bandage toss in vain, kiting back to his tower. Doesn't have any tools left, and Data chomps him down. Data is very fed. He's 4-0-2 now on the Nunu.
Yeah, this is a big Yeti or a big boy. Whatever. They're both fed. Okay, they're eating good and they're snacking on the Vayne Janna lane, which is impressive because that lane is hard to gank. And Data's proved that, like, hey, if at first it doesn't succeed, try, and then try again, and then try 2 more times, and then chase them to tier 2, and then kill one of them again. Like, he knows where the win con is, right? And he's sticking to his guns. While Rek'Sai has a good response in topside, and now the gold lead is just about evened out again after the Herald play, taking first tower, getting into that post plates phase. You can't really get a large gold swing from playing for the towers anymore. Those objectives just aren't worth as much with plates down. So we're going to see a bit of a change where Gragas on the map is going to be looking to proactively make the plays with the ult and the numbers advantage, while Viamon attempts to catch up a little bit, maybe finish what looks like he's building a Triforce, and on that Mythic Spike maybe he can join up with the squad.
Yeah, looking in mid lane now for Boner Saw, but it's just going to get turned on to Data. He's going to be the first victim of the fight. Garithar zips in with the bandage toss, but it's all 5 members of TSS there to greet him, and Garithar going to fall. It's a double kill for Gabo, and X-Craze just gets caught by the edge of the Encore and taken down by Matt. 3 kills around the mid lane for TSS, and they flip that one right back in their favor now with a 1,500 gold lead, and can get vision control around this dragon, as it's got about a minute before it spawns.
So that's exactly what Red Team wants, right? They have the Gragas there, and the side of Rodham just didn't really take into account anymore that with Gragas there, they can't take those wild Nunu and Mumu things that would work in the bot side of the jungle. And it really is the strength of taking this early first tower like Gragas. Honestly, he can just go back and catch the wave's top and then be on the map to make plays like that. So really changes the swing of things and what Nunu can safely look for, especially because Gragas can always just ult him, Seraphine can always just ult him. It's not really hard to see where Nunu is going to go, right? He's got the snowball, he channels it up. It's easy to outplay if you know it's coming, and Red Team definitely has the wards to do so as they're setting up for the dragon, so we're going to have to see what happens here while they dance around this new neutral objective.
Boner Saw is in no man's land just a little bit, gets just caught by the edge of the X-Craze knockup, and he'll take full advantage of that one. So the pick on the top laner right before the dragon spawns means that Crowstorm are going to be able to flip this one back in their favor and secure their second dragon of the game.
Well, you know, the duality of man, Gragas giveth and Gragas taketh. He was literally in the exact same spot off of a few pixels. First time it worked great. Second time he flew too close to the sun, and a Yeti and a Mummy clipped his wings. So Data, once again, very on point, making sure he's there. Cinder also with a nice follow-up stun, and Mumu with the bandage shots. There's just too much CC for him to handle.
Gabo still looking for it. Gets the knock up on to Garithar. Big Curse of the Sad Mummy. Does Benji have enough to go in? He hits the Inferno. Trigger gets one. Can he get the second? He does get the shutdown. Now Data gets the knock up onto the Janna, but Boyo is here. They're just fighting. Everybody channeling on in. The Absolute Zero not quite able to find the amount of damage. Data just dodges out. Now X-Craze from the side. Unleashed Force is able to finish off Matt. And in vain, just able to limp away. That's a net positive for ROTM. I believe they got the 2 extra kills. They have to be a little careful, though.
Honestly, if you do the math, there's been a kill a minute since we loaded into the game. This is a bloodbath. It feels like the teams are just... I mean, I respect it when you're down 0-2. It feels like Rodham is just constantly pulling the trigger, and they look more comfortable doing it. Even if sometimes the engages don't work or they're a little too eager, they're not laying down and dying this game. And I really do enjoy the stylistic change that they've had with these champions that have more of an impact early. You know, we've strayed away from the Dianas, the Nars. We have things that really can look to all in early. We have the setup with Syndra, we have the setup with a Mumu. And also, without having to deal with that Vayne, that Vigar, that zone control that was stuffing them in game 2 really isn't as present anymore, letting them walk around the map. And I think that last skirmish had my favorite part of the game, where Samira was last hitting the Rek'Sai and got Jan ulted. So it looked like she had a really epic fadeaway kill on the Rek'Sai as she escaped to freedom. It's a really cool play, actually. I like that a lot. We shouldn't really see too much fighting, but it looks like I'm speaking way too soon.
Yeah, Gabo going in, gets the knock up onto Data, going in with the shield, just trying to keep him alive, and they're able to turn that one back around just a little too deep there from Gabo away from his double enchanters, and that means that he's going to pay the price right as that Rift Herald spawns. ROTM swoops right on in, and they'll be able to take it.
Yeah, I definitely spoke too soon. I thought for sure we wouldn't expect too much fighting in the next minute, because it looked like blue team had the vision control and the setup on Herald ahead of time, but Gabo liked to prove me wrong. He said, hey, I didn't feel like I got enough kills in the first 10 minutes. We need to keep scrapping. But even with the Merc Treads, I'm curious if he also has Legend Tenacity or not, but it seems like he just doesn't have enough tenacity to ever expect to go in those situations with his enchanters not like directly behind him, which they were a little bit split off. So if he wants to go for those kinds of plays, he's going to have to make sure that his Seraphine and his Jan are actually there to back him up, or we might see repeat performances as the game goes on.
Well, 11-6. This has been a much better early game for Crowstorm thus far. They're up very slightly in gold, as again on their last gasp, they need a win in this game or they're home for the season. You've got the Herald in the back pocket for Data. He can look to maybe drop that right before the dragon spawns, get a little priority, able to slide on in and put them on Ocean Soul Point. Might be nice.
Yeah, I really like when teams don't just shotgun second Herald. I'm pretty adamant where I think that the biggest use is, like you said, you raise an excellent point. And it looks like they're going to do it. They're grouping up around mid as 4.
Sorry.
No,
look at the item that just came into Benji's inventory. He's got the Serpent's Fang for the double enchanter plus shield bow Vayne comp. Garithar is going to have to flash away from that one, but Benji knows what he has to do. He's got to chunk through a lot of shields. I don't know that it's like the best second item in the entire world. The X-Craze just does a ton of damage to Gabo, and Vaibon is there to chomp him down off of the teleport. They get the pick again onto the jungler, and now ROTM looking, can't quite Tokyo drift that one back in. That ledge is not very friendly. That's a tough one to drift around. They drop Sheila in mid lane, take down the mid lane tower. It's going to get the charge into the second tower as well. Dragon's about to spawn, and now Crowstorm are all set up, hanging around for it. Root over the wall. The stun going to land onto Invane. Do they have the damage to actually chunk through? It's not really their main priority. Is Data and Benji just want the dragon. They're going to zerg that one down, and it's sole point for Crowstorm. This is a much more fun game than the first two were.
I was so confused, by the way, at the start of that fight when you were like, wow, look at what just popped into Benji's inventory, and I had the bug where he just had a Dirk,
Oh no.
and I was racking my brains to be like, what on earth is the point? Like, okay, he's got a Dirk, but now I see if I hover the Dirk, it does show the Serpent's Fang, which I think is a pretty heads-up buy between the Seraphine and the Janna. You'll get a lot of value, and you don't have the ability to build that item on anyone else, which I like. I mean, you can argue that Shadow Flame does shield damage, but that's not really what it's built for. Which I'm actually hoping is what Syndra's building now. I really have a pet peeve with the mages who build the tier out into the Seraph's Embrace, with the exception of something like maybe the Cassiopeia. So I'm really hoping that we're going to see that out of X-Craze. I think the magic pen you need as the sole like AP threat is going to be important, especially because if I was playing the game, I would assume that Merc Treads would be built by the majority of red side, which they're not, but you know what? That's okay. Extra pen doesn't ever hurt, and it feels really good on a champion like Syndra. So we're going to be looking in this mid game towards, I guess,
X-Craze?
Mickey one-shotting Janna.
Oh, doesn't
Never
quite have
mind.
enough damage to one-shot the Janna. Needs the Shadow Flame, I guess.
True. I actually Shadow Flame Gap. That's also like 2,000 gold away, so I understand why he doesn't exactly have that.
He ulted me and I black screened. Whoa, that's scary. All right, I need a pause screen. Were you around when Janna, or not Janna, Syndra had the double tier like Archangels and Manamune build?
What?
It was like shortly.
When was that?
It was shortly after she came out. It was like season 3, season 4.
Oh no, that's long before my time. That
Okay.
sounds wild though.
Yeah, that was
What
an
was the
experience.
rationale for that?
Basically just if you finish both of those items, you're just the strongest character that's ever existed. Because Manamune used to apply on all of your ball hits, so you'd ult and it would apply Manamune chunks every time that you ulted.
Wait, that's insane.
Yeah.
That's wow. I've never even heard of that build before, but that sounds hysterical. Like,
I always
actually
feel
pretty
like
wild.
old man yelling at Cloud when I drop some of those. But yeah, it wasn't like super meta, but it was good memes if you could ever hit it.
I would be interested in seeing that. I always wish I could take a peek at like older League gameplay without having to watch older League gameplay because it just looks so ugly to me. But that kind of stuff always gets me interested in what could happen. And also our game was just like weirdly paused with the pause timer off there, but it's back now.
It
so.
does that. Every time you resume from a pause, there's just a freeze like a couple of seconds after you restart. I have no idea why. This is just something I've learned to accept and grow with.
That's cool. It's the most popular esport in the world, but it's season 12 and we can't spectate games well. I get it. It's okay. It happens to Riot Games. No problem.
At least the spectate client is usable. Was it the last playoffs that RA had? Like the spectator client just died during playoffs and was like, well,
yep.
Guess we can't watch those games. All right. Well.
It's sad that our expectations are so low for the client and they still disappoint almost routinely. I will say though, my expectations for this game were not low, and it's also not been disappointing. Like, I'm really glad the Samira is not getting stuffed, which I normally see the Samiras do, especially when they like essentially blind picked it. No one wants to blind face check either, but it looks like we're playing with fire or bandages.
We're gonna just trade Qs across the fog of war. Only the Preyseeker are gonna find it, which means that TSS has the knowledge that they need, that they don't want to be there any longer. And they'll back on out of the bush. Maybe Seraphine taking a little odd angle, but has the speed boost to get on out. I'm also kind of curious. So Best Boyo went for the Moonstone this game, which kind of makes sense. I am very curious about the staff, though, as the second item. Would you prefer to see an Ardent Sensor, just because you're your Vayne and your Rek'Sai are the ones that are ahead?
Honestly, no. I don't mind that as much. I think the value though, from if you're going support, I think especially because Trundle and Nunu are here, I really don't mind the Putrefier second. It really is such a powerful item, and it looks like she's building it third. But if you're going full support, I probably would have gone the Putrefier. But the staff I do actually like more than the Ardent. I think the ability haste, especially when you're combining it with another caster, just feels so good. So I don't necessarily dislike the staff purchase, but since this Trundle decided like he was going to go for a more teamfight oriented build, like I imagine he put the Anathema's chains on the Vayne, which doesn't reduce your true damage, but I like that spirit anyway. Um, I like the Putrefier more because it really cuts down on the front line. The Trundle sustain, the Nunu
Ooh,
Q,
Data's walking into a trap right now, and now it's sprung a
Godspeed.
lot of ults, and he'll get to reflect on his life decisions now for the next 36 seconds. As it's a 5v4 on the map for TSS as the dragon spawns. This represents Ocean Soul Point. If ROTM are somehow able to secure this one, but Data's not going to be alive by the time that it spawns, and TSS should be able to finish it off. So what's the play from ROTM? It looks like they're going to run down mid
Run
and
it
try to
down
grab mid
mid.
lane.
Yeah, the play is
Priority.
run it down mid, baby. Because there's not really another play to make. They don't have the damage for Baron, kind of a weakness of Samira and Syndra. Not really sure what the play is here,
Ooh, they're looking for a
but we're
pick.
going to watch.
Garathar's in. He's got the Curse of the Sad Mummy. They're going to get one pick at least. Oh, never mind. I might have spoke too soon. Garathar hits the second bandage toss. Matt on the outside. They don't get anything for their trouble, actually. Just a lot of summoner spells. And not even that many. That was the cleanse on Seraphine and the flash on Janna, and that's it.
I really wanted Garathar to trust his gut there. I think if he shotguns the R, he gets 3, and they just all flash over and commit. This Baron call is exactly what I like, though. Without the Amumu ult, it's risky, but with all 5 of them there, I think this call, they might be able to burn it without red team even noticing. This was a serious heads-up play, and Scuttle's there for fun, too, just saying hi. Well done. Seriously well done play. Off of the back of kind of a missed opportunity for the team fight, Red side falls asleep at the wheel, and Rodham securing the Baron is actually fat. This is going to be at least, like, even if they don't win a team fight, I'm going to guess at least like a 4K swing by the end of this Baron because there's so many easy to kill towers and not a lot of wave clear outside of the Seraphine on the side of Spectres. So this is a big pickup for them to coast back into the next dragon spawn for Soul.
Yeah, so now the setup commences, the 4-1. Data just trying to get them to back off of the wave so that they can set everything up. And Vbon going to go to work in that bottom lane. They still have the open tower in top that should be relatively free. I'm kind of curious if you wouldn't prefer to have Vbon up there, but going for the hard towers first with the Baron.
I kind of like when you're playing against something that makes you nervous, like let's say the Rek'Sai. Something I'm actually a big fan of is that if you have a big something I'm a fan of is leaving the Discord call on accident, but
Okay.
something I'm a fan of otherwise is making sure you're not running into this Rek'Sai.
Oh, the flash onto Benji Peach. They're trying to take down the Samira first. He's able to escape out of the backside, but finally shut down by Matt on the outside. Now Vbon in, trying to get the chomp down. He gets the shields. He's still alive, and now starting to layer in those autos through Data. They need X-Craze to try to turn. That's a huge chomp from Vbon, but it's just not quite enough. Garathar's in, not quite able to pull the trigger just then. They're still looking for more. Matt is still kiting back away. The Vayne is still alive. They'll finish off the double kill as Gabo is on the re-engage. X-Craze just can't quite get in range to find that critical amount of damage, and Matt is still alive. The power of the double enchanters.
And honestly, that's a really well played fight from the backline of Spectres. Like, Vayne had to kite that fight out correctly. It showed the strength of the comp, and more importantly, showed the strength of the player. I think that if Matt had played that fight poorly, it's just a wipe because of the never-ending relentless pressure from the Trundle Nunu running them down. Now, the thing that you have to kick yourself for if you're blue side is like, okay, we have this strong split pusher. Okay, we know that the only way we could lose is if Rek'Sai snap engaging on us. It's really a shame because you just lost that huge Baron that you could have used. What I was trying to talk about before, I really liked the 3-1-1 setup. I think breaking the top tower with the minion wave that had been accruing there, and just having someone sit back mid and empower the wave, was realistically one of the best ways blue team could have pushed that. If they commit for Trundle, you're probably going to get 2 towers between mid and top, and potentially a third. And now after that, Baron buff is run out, except for on some of the bottom laners for Rotom. You really can't get this dragon set up in the same way that you wanted to previously, and their entire goal is Soul. So excellently done by red team. Like Gabo once again somehow finding a way.
Gareth not really able to find a whole lot with the ult. Boyo is going to fall to start that one off, so no Seraphine available, but Matt's still alive on the backside. Now Benji getting in, has the Inferno trigger, gets knocked out of it. He's still alive. Matt is still on the backside, but ROTM has run over the fight. They find the kills that they need. Gabo shut down. The Ocean Soul in their eyes as well after the respawns, but now they have full run of the map. It's a 5-for-0 ace for Return of the Middle Sticks out of nowhere.
Yeah, literally out of nowhere. I don't think you could have said that better yourself. I did not expect a fight to ever get turned like that. And it just shows the teamfight tools, even if they have the disengage possible, like there's only so much that the Nunu versus the Rek'Sai offer in the straight 5v5. If the Rek'Sai hasn't been able to find a pick or doesn't have flash to get on the backline, it's something that the champion's going to really have to struggle with to make sure Gabo's useful in the fight. We were just finishing praising Gabo for his pick earlier, but once he's straight into the thick of things and it's a straight up 5v5 fight with no flash, his champion's going to get really, really, really disengaged by the Trundle pillar, the Trundle ult, the Nunu ult. It's going to be really hard for him to battle through. And with Soul, it's looking really good for the side of blue team, especially because after all these one fights, the XP difference is starting to add up. 3 levels on mid lane. Trundle got his rank 3 ult before, can easily look now for skirmishes 1v1 and will successfully win them. Like, the XP in the Soul lanes is going to matter. Like, Syndra, the X-Craze, he's a beast. He is almost untouchable if Rek'Sai doesn't have flash, and the long-range stun and initiation combo he has is an absolute terror for the red team, especially because they don't have that much MR. So he can literally one-shot them off of a single combo.
Well, 31 minutes in, Baron going to spawn here in 45 seconds. TSS going to take advantage of some extra timers. Maybe Vibon able to chase off, but now the collapse comes through. Vibon is a dead troll down in this bottom lane after his tower falls. He's got nowhere left to run, and the auto's going to finish him off, but RTM with the response already set up. They have the mid lane pushing. They'll be able to secure an inhibitor turret, and potentially the inhibitor as well. Boner Saw just left trying to defend. Minion Wave thinning, inhibitor down, and ROTM will disengage successfully. 10 seconds to go before that Baron spawn. Gabo is just in the enemy red side jungle right now, stealing away some buffs, stealing away some camps, and ROTM now maybe looking for a pick. X-Craze waiting in the bush, going to get knocked up. Now they know that could be a little risky, but they're not going to look for too much more right now without Gabo. Gabo, excuse me.
Also, something... Oh my god!
All right.
All right, well, never mind.
Oh, and then he walks directly into the Rex.
It's the Syndra giveth and the Syndra taketh. Just like he's doing his best Gragas impersonation. That damage was insane.
The duality of X-Craze right there. That was...
Spam this mint, chat. Spam this mint. What I wanted to say, though, is when X-Craze got tagged by that tornado, some people don't know this because they haven't taken the Keystone. Glacial Augment gives vision. So when they queued, Janet was able to see that it was Syndra. So when he was sitting on that Raptor Bush. It's important to know that. Oh my god, what an R.
Gareth R in with the Curse of the Sad Mummy, but nobody else can really get in. It's just Gareth R in on the backline. Benji's still trying to kite back on the outside. They take down the Rek'Sai. So Rek'Sai for a Mumu thus far. 3v3 still around the mid lane. And that's going to be it for now. RTM just running it down mid. They're looking for the Nexus Towers. They're looking for the end of the game. Vibon is teleporting in. They've got Boyo locked up. He's got the Encore just for the stun, but they don't quite have the damage to finish this one off. Vibon almost dies to the turret. X-Craze finishes off Boner Saw. In vain, still trying to kite back away with Matt. Matt still relatively healthy, now gets pillared back out. ROTM can't quite look for it. They need X-Craze's damage. In vain pretty low, hits the exhaust. Matt just trying to play his distance correctly. He's the big key. Now gets knocked back by the Cinder E, but didn't get stunned. Still looking for a little bit more. One auto, he flashes forward looking for more. Really good wind wall there from Benji to stay alive. Matt just didn't get tagged by either of the balls from Zindra. And ROTM still playing with fire, not able to find the end. They get a little damage onto the Nexus turrets, and they trade 1-for-1 inside the base. Oh, stun.
They're just fighting
X-Craze
again.
is still looking for it. Matt is kiting around on the top side. They need to try to track down Matt. They're kiting on in. Benji can't quite track him down, but they do finish off the wreck side. Now gets hit by the bandage toss, and Matt is down. ROTM now running down mid. Bonersaw's teleported into the battle bush, has to make his way back to try to defend the base. It's just Gragas and Seraphine against the, well, not the entire world, but 4/5 of the world right now, as Data unfortunately fell during that fight. Bandage toss lands from Garithar. They get the stun. Do they have the damage to finish off Bonersaw? The Encore is wind-walled away. Benji just focusing on the towers. Now going in. They finish off Gragas. They finish off the Nexus towers, and they'll finish off the Nexus for game number 3. ROTM stays alive, and it's 2-1 now as they claw it back.
And Matt finally fell. The last bastion for the Spectres was finally taken out, and as soon as he fell, it was like dominoes and quick work. Red team's chances shot down the drain. We saw the power, especially of the Ocean Soul, in that extremely extended fight. I felt like I was watching it for 5 minutes. The amount of HP that healed up at that end, it was quite literally the difference. The good turn, as well as understanding how effectively the Syndra range was working. Felt like X-Craze was doing an excellent job pumping out the DPS in that fight. So a clean sweep has been avoided, and momentum potentially shifts in this series. So really excited to go into game 4 now that it feels like both teams have come alive and have promised them a competitive game 4.
These guys are just full sending it, which I appreciate for my potential needing to stay up way too late tonight. But yeah, we're into draft for game number 4. TSS on blue side, RTM on red side. Did you get a draft link, Firelight?
Oh yeah, I'm locked in. Interesting that they chose blue. I wonder what they're angling to first pick. Because if I'm Rodham, I feel pressured to ban Jinx and Zeri after the series has gone on. But they're only going to be able to ban one of them based off their first 2 bans. So it means TSS is going to get one of those 2 champs that they obviously really like. Which I guess is why they picked blue. Pretty successful, and also those 2 champions, once they hit 2 to 3 items, feel nigh unbeatable if the game is even remotely close. So it's going to be up to Rodham to make a lot of those plays happen, and I think Data was a big catalyst for that as well. So we're going to need another repeat performance for him, because I think Nunu walked so his team could run. Seriously, the big difference in that game was the Nunu being able to lead the charge. And Jinx is literally not banned. This is the first time I've seen Jinx make it through draft in maybe a month of amateur play, so I'm curious as to see if TSS will just lock it in. Of course they do. What am I saying? I don't know. When's the last time you've ever seen Jinx make it through? I almost never see it, but it's possible maybe in some of the RA games it sneaks through every once in a while.
Yeah, I see it occasionally. It's not that wild, I think. It still gets through somehow in pro play pretty frequently. And RTM maybe back to the well. There's the Samira locked in for Benji. I mean, why not? He had a great game on it last game. It seems like his most comfortable champion.
I know he's a big fan of it, and a common lane that got tested against the Jinx was a lot of times like a Samira Galio. Right around their last proving grounds, there were many teams in scrims that were practicing combos that could shut down the Jinx, and that was even before the Jinx nerfs. So now that her range has been taken down by, I think it's like 20 units on the rockets, and the mana increase, she's not the lane bully into the shorter range ADCs she used to be. But I'd really like to see Red Side hold support just a bit longer. But there's also no shame in going back to what you know works, and they lock in, the 2v2 that I would identify as their signature. And they just say, hey, we're just going to show it to you, cards on the table, do your best to stop us. So, honestly, respect. I like sticking to your guns.
Yeah, and TSS is going to go ahead and grab the Thresh, which feels like an interesting counter into the Amumu. And TSS seem to know where their bread's buttered. They're getting a lot of support and help for their AD carry. And now with the Thomas Kench locked in, that's probably the top lane, I would imagine. I don't think that champion can jungle. X-Craze right back in the well, back to the Syndra. I think I lost.
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
No. I'm right there with you. The Thresh pick was when Amumu first got his Q changes, one of the more popular picks into the Amumu. You saw it a lot, and actually we've seen some interesting. There have been times where the Amumu support had some pretty unique counter picks. Like at one point, Sylas was a niche counter pick into the Amumu Alistar days, where Sylas just takes their ult and is a better them. The Tahm Kench blind, while I understand why they picked it, after those nerfs, I think that there are champions that can really solidly punish it. But I also think it doesn't stop the champions that Vebon likes to play. Like, for example, if the Shen wasn't banned, I would have liked the Shen. Maybe if Vebon wants to bust out the Ornn, I think that's an Ornn favored matchup. Secretly, though, if he had a Mordekaiser, this is the game. I really like Mordekaiser into Tahm Kench, but we love Vebon for what he is, and he's a tank king. So we might just be going back to, again, bread and butter. I think every single one of these champions are if I think of this player as I've watched these players play for some of them over a year now, I really identify, I think Garithar, I think Amumu, I think X-Rays, I think Syndra, Benji, I think of the Samira. I truly do. And for Vebon, I think of the Sion and the Ornn. So the jungle R5 for the second time this series is truly something I do enjoy. I think giving Data counterpick in jungle, while not the most important role for counterpick, signifies that they're like, hey, we know that you're a big crux for if we're gonna have success in the other game, and they want to give him the best chance to find that success. What do you think he's gonna pull out here in response to this Xin Zhao? There's a lot of jungle picks still up, but what's the key that fits this game?
It feels like you need the damage to go with the Amumu and the Scion. Um, I don't hate the Diana here. I think that would be fine. Although now with the Vigar, that gets a little bit more difficult.
I like the Volibear.
The Volibear,
I'm bear pilled.
I don't know how bad Hecarim got bopped, but that feels like it would be a really good champion here.
I can see that. I think the Hecarim is good once a lot of jungle picks are off the table. But I think in terms of the best jungler left, it's got to be Volibear, who also has a good matchup into the Xin. I think the Hecarim, not paired with an Enchanter, struggles a bit. And this is also the first time, speaking of Enchanters, we haven't had an Enchanter bot lane. So all those difficulties that Return of the Middle Sticks had, getting lane prio, making sure they could, follow up on engages. While Thresh is an excellent champ at peeling and has his own unique strengths, seriously, Enchanters, there's not going to be a Moonstone. There's not going to be, a Janna ult to save the day. They have the Tahm Kench for defensive utility, and they also have the Vigar Cage for disengage, as well as aggressive playmaking. But the Jinx is definitely, honestly, more vulnerable than she was, because of the simple fact that a lot of times in these fights, Thresh is going to be on her. He's not going to be like lanterning away the Jinx in a straight up 5v5 because of how these team fights are going to be playing out. So it's really critical that Tom he's a bit of a unique job to fill, because he has to always decide whether he wants to W in or essentially not use an entire ability and sit on the Jinx and hope that his Xin Zhao is enough. So it's not as easy as it looks for Blue to decide how they want to play these team fights. But if you're red, go. That's it. There's no nuance. It's like brute force smash, me ogre, me run at you, me kill you, right? Like it's less nuanced, not any easier to execute. Like there's still difficulty involved. I don't want to, discount any of the playmaking potential that an Amumu or a Syndra can have, but it's a more of a one-track mind when you're on the red team. You know what you want, and you're going to look for it. And the early pick potential and CC between the mid jungle and support is something that TSS has to be extremely cautious of. So I'm hopeful that this game is not a repeat of Game 2 with the Vigar Cage. So I really am, praised in chat that if blue team does decide to invade, I think red team should stack. I'd really like to see that. You have a Sign level 1, you have an Amumu level 1. I don't think there's almost any other champs in the game that are as good as those champions level 1. So I'd really like to see Rodham potentially stack a bush and play for an invade. Because if I'm TSS, I'm thinking of how well Game 2 went. Maybe there's a small chance that they're thinking, hey, let's see if we can burn another Flash for free. We'll have to see.
Yep, on the Runeterra Academy main stream right now, Darkwind also up against the wall, now down 0-2, loading into game number 3. They pulled out Twitch for Yabienda, so that's a champion that exists in the game, so that's nice. Twitch.
Were any ADCs banned?
No. Jinx was banned.
What is he playing against? What's the bot lane matchup?
It is Lucian Nami versus Twitch Lulu.
Oh my god, poor Twitch. What on earth happened? No, he's been mind rotted. Okay, well, as long as Mr. Yabienda doesn't die in lane, I'm going to consider that a win, because Twitch Lulu is pretty cool, but Lucian Nami, if anyone's talked to me in the last 2 weeks, they know how I feel about Lucian Nami. So, best of luck to those guys as well, I believe.
So, up against the wall, Darkwind, if you wanted to check out that game on the Runeterra Academy main stream. I don't have the link up on my phone. There's also a third quarter final going on the Dorado Gaming stream. if you wanted to check that out. But we're into game 4 here soon. Again, Crowstorm up against the wall, 2-1 now. They've clawed one back. They have the momentum on their side. They're back on a lot of comfort picks. I think the data Volley Bear may be the one exception, but that's just such a strong pick that, you know, anybody can play it, right? Take the bear pill.
Take the bear pill. I mean, I can't say it better enough. I think that champion is, in terms of obviously competitive, there are easier champs to pilot. Like, you don't see the Fiddlesticks as much. Same with the card. This is more popular, but other than those two champs, when I say that I think that Volibear is the best jungler in competitive right now, it's excluding those two. I stand by that statement every time. I think Volibear currently is positioned at a point where a lot of the other champions that did his job are just not as effective. And I think a lot of the champions that historically he struggled against just aren't as strong or picked in competitive. A lot of AP junglers are really bad right now, which is what he struggled against. Kindred is more of a counter pick champ, and Jarvan is really the only thing that quote unquote, you know, potentially has a good matchup into Volibear. But at a point, it's like Volibear and Jarvan aren't playing for themselves. They're playing for the team, and Volibear just does what Jarvan does more reliably. I think Volibear's also might be like single-handedly one of the scariest things to play against in the game. It just literally forces you to walk away from like 2 waves. It could be the most inopportune gank time in the world, but Volibear can just turn off your tower, like that one item. I'm gonna rely on your little lore knowledge here. What's the item that turned off the tower?
The Ohm Wrecker.
Yes, he's got Ohm Wrecker on an ability. That item was sick. It was so bad, but it was so cool. That's really one of the few items that I don't miss, but I liked. I definitely do miss the DFG. That was the classic. Before that, though, that's the only item. That was the first item that got like removed from the game when I was playing. So I know there's like earlier items than that, but I can't really speak to those.
Yeah, well, we're loading in to game number 3. We had some nice chill vibes there on that Champ Select music. I don't know that I'm the biggest fan of that one, but you know, we'll pull it out. We'll bump it up if we get to a game 5, but we got to get there first. For now, TSS returning to the blue side with the 100% win rate in this series, and now ROTM have to try to buck that trend in order to stay alive as they're zooming it down bot lane. They're looking for the El Clasico invade toward this tri-bush.
All right, Maris, right now, call it. Do they burn a flash? Yes or no? $5 on the line.
I don't think so.
All right, I'm gonna go with yes. I think. Oh, never mind. They warded. They did their scouting. If anyone's ever watched this team play, like this is what they do every time. Like every time. Hey, nothing wrong with it. Respect. But hey, you were right. You win these imaginary $5. Good job. While the teams are fanning out on like vision and assuming their points, I need you to do a little bit of the fashion game for me. Just speaking strictly what they look like in game. What's your favorite looking skin right now that the players are using?
Oh,
I'm partly inspired by the Jinx one, but
it's the
that's not my
Teapot of
answer.
Mumu. It's the Teapot.
I knew
There's
it.
no way.
I knew it. That skin is, I think, one of their best skins they've come out in recent times. I think it's the best one out of the Teapot skins too. I see so many people with the summoner icon, like I use it too. I like the Teapot one, and then I was honestly surprised. I think the Scion one looks really good. I think a lot of Scion skin look pretty bad. Oh, nice. They just pinged Scion too. I like the Scion one a lot. I think it has to be the Teapot one, and then I'm gonna put the Tom Kench one in second. I like the Coin Emperor skin a lot. I think it looks really cool. So top laners are winning the drip contest. So, amen.
I'm pretty partial to the pink Fury Horn as well for Veigar.
For Veigar?
That's a solid chroma.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Chroma game matters. Chroma game matters for sure. It's like having good socks with your shoes.
I actually haven't seen this Jinx skin in game yet, so this is gonna be a treat.
Not a fan. Not a fan. Oh well, you know what? I'll be the devil's advocate. Not a fan. I think if you have that skin, nah, no comment actually. But I think the whole like skin line is a little wonky. Almost as wonky as Gerthar's decision to walk up at level 2. He's gonna have to flash here or he's dead.
Yep, has to flash the hook. Had to hold on to that one, and Yeah, now no flash on a Mumu really negates some of his power early on. Can't go for the flash bandage toss. Can't go for a, well, he'll have it back up before his ult, but makes it a little bit harder
Yeah.
now, especially if Data is headed down there. He's not right now. There a lot of prio here from Gabo. He did a 3-camp clear into top lane, and now gonna jump onto Vivon, hits the wind, becomes lightning, and just gonna take a decimating smash back the other way. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, that's such a devastating little range on the cage. Catches Data in it for the extra turret shot, and it'll force him away. They do trade flashes. Jungler for mid always is positive, but no. Data maybe in a little bit of trouble if Gabo wants to go for a cheeky little invade. Gonna get spotted on the ward. Data shouldn't be susceptible to this. Yeah, you just got a ton of healing by smiting his red buff.
Yeah, and I think it's also scary as a jungler, unless you are just know you're going to instantly smash the other jungler if you run into them.
Oh, he's
Oh,
back
this
up
is a
there
really...
in top lane. Yeah, this
that's
is
brutal. That's brutal.
Vibon's just
Oh!
gonna walk through the tower. I don't think he gets out. Yeah, he's got the shield. There's no blast plant there, so he'll eventually fall. Gabo takes first blood. I believe that's the 4th game in a row we've said that. He's been just a monster in the early game thus far in the series.
Yeah, I want to highlight the interesting jungle path that he took. It's one that's not commonly done, but is one of the, I think, 3 or 4 ways you can hit level 3, and one of the fastest. Red Raptor's Gromp. It's a jungle path that's not frequently used. Usually on the Xin, it's very common to see a 4 camp into a gank. But it was a very interesting choice that he did. Like, it's one of the few times I've seen it on stage, and I think it worked very well. Especially because if I'm playing Scion, I do not expect Xin Zhao to be camping me like he is. Like, this is the 3rd time he's top, and it's 4:30. I would not expect it because I don't feel like I'm the lane to play for. But Xin Zhao actually makes out like a bandit with like first blood and a bunch of waves. Like, Tom is fine letting him soak that money. And this early Gambit could pay off because it's going to give Xin like a really, really nice first base. And then he can walk topside and then clear back down to bot close to when Dragon's spawning. So really, really innovative path here. I'm hoping that Xin Zhao uses his early gold to recall and then just farms from top to bot. But it looks like instead he's going to opt into just clearing his camps, spend his money later.
Yeah, already sitting on 1,300 gold though. He's pretty strong. Maybe he's just getting that extra money so he can grab the I called it a Bilgewater Cutlass earlier. The Iron Spike, yeah.
Yeah. It's 1,100, maybe.
Oh, I thought it was 1,400 for some reason.
Nah, it's 1,100.
Okay. Well, never mind.
You're thinking of nothing. I actually don't know what's 1,400 gold. Most things are 1,300, I feel like, but if anyone knows a 1,400 gold component in chat, go ahead and type it out.
Just
and I would
save
be happy
me. Probably not.
Yeah, save him. But hey, he's going the Bezos Bucks route. He will not recall until he's the richest man. Okay.
He's got to get his last smite then, so he's just got the refillable in inventory. That's the big key. That's how you know you've made it as a jungler.
Yeah, sitting so that when you recall on a refill pot, that's a Sigma male move. He cannot be distracted from the grind. I am a bit disappointed though because I really would have hoped he could have been back on map with this gold faster to kind of put the pedal to the metal with the flashless side lanes. But he doesn't really have a window to look bot because the blue side is just kind of perma-pushing, which could result in their death if directed camera decides it will.
Xin is just hanging out over the wall, going to jump over with his WE combo and start up the dragon. Still hasn't been back to base, so lacking a little bit in terms of items, and ROTM are going to be the first ones here. Bandage Toss comes in onto Matt. They're going to get the flash out of the Jinx. Hook lands onto Data, and ROTM still committing a little bit here. X-Craze has level 6 and is feeling confident in that one. Throws it at Matt, but gets exhausted. Now the Bandage Toss lands onto In Vain. They'll pick up one kill. The second Bandage Toss is there, and a double kill for X-Craze. Benji is feeling it. Benji, he's got it, and he's out. Now they have to be careful, though. Boyo has his Predator boots. He doesn't have he does. Never mind. I doubted myself, and I should have believed in my own call. But he's not going to find anything in exchange. It's a 3-for-0 down in the bottom lane, and X-Craze gets 2 kills. Benji gets 1. You can't ask for a whole lot more for ROTM early on.
And again, I think that if Xin had that gold spend, it's the difference in X-Rays dying there. It was a couple, maybe more than 100 HP on the Syndra, and it actually ended up net positive for Rodham. I was gonna make a comment about how bad it feels to make that flash as the Samira to join the fight but get nothing out of it, but she got her consolation prize and then 2 assists. So it ends up her flash wasn't wasted. I'm going to chalk that up to S-Craze knew his limits. He knew.
Yeah.
A good flash out after he got exhausted. Also great positioning on that flash. And then Gabo is enticed in by the snack of a mid laner, resulting in the 3 kills for Syndra. And basing and getting Sork Shoes in Chapter probably is the strongest spike for any mage in the game. It feels like Nirvana once you've achieved this point in the lane, because you essentially have unlimited mana and you're absolutely terrifying to the enemy mid laner as well. So we should look mid for that to be punished on the Amumu and Volibear ganks and roams. So that's really what my eyes are on for the next couple minutes. Also, I just noticed this. My Tom Kench has Comet
That's true.
and Mana Flow Band. I can't tell what his secondary page is. I wonder if this is intentional, or
No,
I wonder if
he-
it's the Gragas page.
This is
on
the
accident.
Gragas page, I'm pretty sure.
Because, like, there's some champs top that historically have taken Comet, but I don't think you're really playing Tom for the poke, and I really love Q grass bottling on that character, so that looks like a missed opportunity
Oh,
for sure.
Garithar was feeling it. He had his Sixth Sense there and spots out Gabo before he can find the gank. They've even called Vigar down. He's zipping his way through the tri-bush right now. There's not a whole lot to get for TSS. Vibon has overextended maybe just a little bit. Tom is still fine. Doesn't have the ult anymore. This is turning into quite a trade, and looks like Vibon's going to win in the end.
Yeah, and Cinder's going to walk up and punish Tom. I'm pretty sure he's just dead here. It's going to take a couple seconds to finish out, but Syndra quickly moves, and it's going to result in the dead Tom because he can't really have a recall timer. So, yeah, bit systematic.
Yep.
Nothing you can't expect once he burns the flash. Good recognition from X-Rays. Know he can walk up.
Ooh,
but
this
I
might be a
think
little
on the
risky.
flip side,
In
he's
comes
dead.
the Predator from Boyo. Can he get both? Is he just going to get one? He gets
Oh.
neither with the cage. Gabo's still here, going to flash in, look for the damage onto X-Craze, but he's got the disengage, and X-Craze and Vibon are both out.
Oh my gosh, like the thieves in the night, bro. They just ran away. Like, my man wanted none of that attention from Vigar. Yo, I'm going to be honest. My man, you got to flash for that, my king. Like, they have almost no mana. The Syndra burned the ult, right? You know, if you're the top laner, you're like kind of upset. So you're like, yeah, Syndra ulted, Syndra ult down, Sion ult down, guys. They used 2 to kill me. Really, really well played though by X-Rays popping the ghost right away to get to that brush, because as soon as that kind of unknown factor object permanence kicked in, they weren't exactly sure how much they could bite off, especially with Vibon charging that Sion Q smash as a bit of a deterrent. It was just enough that X-Rays would be able to get out with his
Benji
chinny
going
chin
in
chin.
immediately exhausts Matt. They get the double curse of the Sad Mummy. Benji still looking for it. Has the Inferno trigger for one and now dives in vain. Has nowhere left to go. The double kill for Benji, Peach, and Garithar in the bottom lane.
The bread and butter strikes again, and we see the awkward part about the Thresh, right? Like, he has peel, yes, but the strength of the W is saving someone from being caught, not necessarily for the 2v2. The shield, level 1, does not actually shield for much, and Vibon's just gonna die here as we talk about the fight bot side. They're probably gonna give it to Vigar, but again, the Thresh is really best used to stop the pick potential, right? You can use the W to get someone out of a sticky spot, but a lot of times when you're playing 2v2 bot, you're both going to die. And it looks like they're both going to die again too, because Volibear's coming down and he has something to say about it.
Garithar lands one, the dive in, good hook from In Vain to try to disengage, but can he get out to safety? Second bandage toss lands, turret's turned off, In Vain is dead, and the kill goes to Garithar. In the top lane though, Gabo able to drop down the Rift Herald. They'll get a 4th turret plate for themselves as Vibon is able to finally teleport in Just going for the ult to try to clear the minion wave, it looks like, and make sure that they can't get a whole lot more. Oh, Boyo? Oh, the outplay.
Oh, well played. Yeah.
All right.
I like the flash Q ult there. Like that was a good look from Vygar knowing his damage. I think that was really well executed actually. Him and Syndra have almost the same kind of MO where they know a lot of times once someone's at 50%, a flash Q point click ult is just gonna nuke someone. So the champions kind of have the same idea for trades where the low CD Q stacks, the damage just ticks up into the one shot from the R. So one thing that I'm curious about though is Gabo's decision to spend so much attention topside. Like I know Jinx is going to scale. I know she's going to be strong later, but you have to sometimes think if you have a Samira and she's the only heavy AD source of damage and she's a very punishable champion, I really would have liked Matt and In Vain to set up a bit more for jungle tension bot side because I feel like the only lane that Xin Zhao has had a super easy time looking in is that top side. The mid wave's just been wave clearing, and with Amumu and Samira showed under tower, they haven't been able to look bot, and because of that, the gold lead, while it looks pretty close, it's on the right people for red team, but not necessarily on the right people for blue.
Well, Gabo looking for this 2v2. In Vain has caught Benji on the outside, but in comes Garethar with the bandage toss. They'll finish off the Xin Zhao. Bandage going to land onto Matt. And you can see a little bit of fatigue start to set in for both teams. I think they're not as sharp as they were in the earlier games. Just a couple more mistakes, a little bit of laziness on the positioning has cost TSS so far.
Yeah, it's like Gabo was listening in and he was like, all right, I'm going to show you. I will go bot here. Unfortunately, he didn't get the memo that his mid laner is solo killing? No, almost. He didn't get the memo, though, that Data has made his home in the bot lane these last two games. Oh!
That's a really impressive shot. He wasn't...
That was nice!
He wasn't, like, straight on in mid, either. That was from bottom lane. That was really nice by Matt. Gets him on the board.
Yeah, well played, actually. That's like the relief you feel when you're like the 0-2 ADC, Samira took your tower, and you're like, okay, my consolation prize is that tower. Jinx getting a little gold in her pocket feels good because she's trying to finish these boots, and when she gets that kill, it gives her the gold for the boots. So no matter what happens on this next wave, she will have tier 2s, which when you're playing and trying to survive against Scion, Volley, Syndra topside, movement speed is your friend. It's going to be really hard to circumnavigate all the different layers of CC and also all the different, like, I know it seems a weird thing to bring up, but like the ways the CC travels at you, your brain can only handle so much, and the Scion and the Volibear and the Amumu and the Syndra, that's a lot for one person to keep track of.
Yeah, Vivon ults himself back into top lane. He knows he's got Data in the pocket for the 2v2. Has to flash away. Gets eaten. Now in comes Data. They're looking for Gabo first, but they're going to have to settle for a catfish. Ooh, knock him out of the Abyssal Dive means that there's really nowhere for Boner Saw to go.
Oh, yeah. And praise be, Vivon has been determined to be the best. He has defeated Boris on this day. The Frozen Heart Rush has filled me with so much joy. This item, the value it gives your team when you're against multiple attack speed champions is just unreal. It is so insanely value. And because Tahm Kench isn't shoving the waves as quickly, he's decided to forego the wave clear you get from Sunfire for this Frozen Heart. If you think of it, obviously the attack speed flow is brutal for Jinx, but, you know, Tahm Kench stacks his passive with his attack speed. You know, Xin Zhao stacks his knockup with his attack speed. These are champions that are relying, even at first glance, they don't feel like auto attack based champions. The Jinx, first of all, is just enough for the Frozen Heart to warrant it. But on top of that, the Tahm and the Xin not being able to get to their 3 auto passives that matter so much for their skirmish. Like, this Frozen Heart buy, I am a huge fan of, even into a predominantly, like, magic damage-oriented lane by Tahm. Vivon has eyeballed that on this Sunfire Bammies component. That's enough HP that he doesn't need the rest of the tank stats, and I think that's the correct call. Excellent itemization from Scion this game. When we come to our mid-game spike and we're fighting over this dragon, this Frozen Heart is going to have so much value. I can't describe how happy I am with it.
TSS is going to be the first ones to set up for this dragon, though. ROTM working their way on in. This would be their third of the game, and TSS really wants to stop the dragon snowball. They've spotted X-Craze out, killing a ward. He's really separated from the rest of ROTM. Garithar going in, Curse of the Sad Mummy he still has. He's holding, and now he has forced to use it into some stopwatches. Gabo taken pretty low. Data is in. They're looking for it, but look at Benji. He finds two. X-Craze finds another one,
Oh, it's
and
a
Benji
slaughter.
is in. It's a slaughter for ROTM as they run over the fight 4-0. They'll get the dragon at the end as well. Really well played by Crowstorm.
I'm just trying to piece together how I would have played the fight differently as Thresh, and I think I would have done the same thing. Like, it feels like the play was correct, but it's almost the flip side of what we saw in game 2. The execution was there, but the mythic spikes on Amumu gave him just enough tankiness to survive that. The tenacity really came through because he was able to find the flash out, didn't give Jinx the reset. I think that's the biggest thing to keep in mind. And also X-Craze on the flank was a bit of a nuisance, kind of like that fly in your ear. Granted, that fly was doing insane amounts of damage, but the Jinx had to constantly decide whether to hit the frontline bearing on her from River or the Syndra that can literally one-shot her because she's sitting on Luden's Sork shoes to her only Crag Slayer. Like, that Syndra will quite literally off of a QE kill you when she ults. So instead, Syndra gets to take out Gabo for free. They lose dive on the backline. Syndra's able to clean up. It's a clean wipe, and that gold swing spells early doom for blue side. They have to hold. They have to trust their scaling. They have to look for picks, but again, the damage just won't be there. And honestly, it's a lot scarier to engage now, especially now that you know that so much gold is in the pocket. Samira's looking at her third item. Volibear is also building the Frozen Heart. Your damage is taking a big hit.
Ooh, the flash W there from Gabo looking for X-Craze, but he's able to zip on out. Vbon not quite able to find the knock-up, and looks like a successful disengage for both sides. Boyo gets the cage down. Benji hit by the Zin's out W. Do they still want the engage? Gabo's in. Gets the knockback with the R. Do they have the damage to actually chunk through? Benji is popping off. He's got two. He's looking for more. Gets exhausted, just fighting his way on through. He's got three. A triple kill for Benji as Matt is stuck underneath the tower with nowhere to go. It's stolen by X-Craze, but I don't think they care. 4 more kills for Return of the Middlesticks. They'll drop Sheila in mid lane, and with Baron spawned, it's 20 minutes and 10 seconds in. They're headed right for it.
Okay, we don't have the production value for this, but Maris, I need you to rewind for that fight. Make an exception for me. That fight, Garithar blocked the Jinx R because he was flying in on his Banish Toss, and it would have killed Samira. That fight was actually way closer than I thought. Just Amumu happened to be at the right place at the right time, and it saves the fight. It is actually that close. I mean, it was a great look from red side, but with the Xin Zhao running down the Samira, the execute on the Jinx rocket would have killed. If you watch, Alex blocks it right here. Boom. I think she dies from that, and Jinx get a reset, and then Samira pops off. It was that close. So an exceptionally well-timed Amumu Q into the ult actually makes the fight unlosable at that point, and they swing it into the Baron. This looks like early curtains for TSS in Game 4, and this momentum swing from the first 2 games is just simply unreal. I think it's coming, honestly, from the comfort picks from the bot lane and mid. X-Craze on his patented Syndra, and then the bot lane on one of their favorite duo bots in the game is proving that, hey, we'll let through the Jinxes, we'll let through the Zeres, we'll let through the Vaynes. It doesn't matter what you're going to pull out. We can smash it. And between the pressure from Data early game, they're proving that point emphatically.
We're double timing back to live, hopefully before too long. Oh, there's actually still a lot of time left before we hit it. Hopefully nothing too weird happens during all of this. It looks like we're farming it out for now and setting up some waves. It's X-Craze down on the bottom side with the 4 stack maybe headed for this mid wave.
Yeah, I'd really like to see them group up into the 4-1. I think that their strength as 4 without Sion is just insane, and Sion pushing the solo lane, the only one who can easily clear those waves is the Vigar. So with Thomas matching the Sion, he can't get much. Like, Sion's just working for free here. They don't even have to necessarily start the Dragon. I'm really looking for them to just empower the Baron waves. and just shove them under tower. The only wave clear they're going to have for these waves, they have to commit multiple members for if it's not the Vigar. They're looking for a pick on Scion, but
he's
nah.
he's gonna yell cowards and then run away. X-Craze is in a lot of trouble though. He's gonna get eaten
dead.
up. He should be dead. He's
Oh,
got
no.
the ghost though. Headed back to some friends, and Bonersaw I think is aware. Gets stunned. That's a huge chunk of damage, and yeah, Data will be able to finish this one off no problem. They get the pick on the bottom side as their top laner was able to escape. TSS is that Jinx Rocket hit him,
Close.
but it didn't kill.
Close, yeah.
Boyo in the bush looking for Garithar. Might be able to finish off. No, he doesn't quite have the damage just yet. Needs another rotation of spells.
Flank from Scion. This is big.
The flank from Scion. They have Samira on the top side. X-Craze isn't here, but the Data and Garithar are just kiting this one out. Now the flash in for the Curse of the Sad Mummy. They get the stuns down. Benji is looking for more. The Jinx is already down. Vbon from the side gets one decimating smash. Benji is exhausted, but he's just going in with the Inferno trigger. It's a double kill for him, and Scion will finish that one off for the Bud Light Ace. ROTM now finishes off their Mountain Soul. They didn't get a whole lot with their Baron, but we'll forgive that one, I guess. They're running over this game.
Yeah, it's oh god, it's like deja vu almost. I feel like Game 3 was very similar to Game 1, and now Game 4 is very similar to Game 2, and the teams have just switched. I also want to commend X-Craze. He is also not getting Boris gapped. I think the Banshee's Veil is an excellent purchase. I think he's already at a point where his damage is where it needs to be. First of all, it saved him from dying to Tahm Kench, which was, the cherry on top. But if you think about anything blue team can do this game, I think it's off the back of one champion, Vigar. All that this team has to do is build to play around Vigar for their front line, and even for Syndra, because, Samira is only going to go in once the time is right. Like, she can kind of hang back for a bit. And I think the game is done and dusted, especially with Ocean Soul. Jinx finished her second item, which is normally when she starts popping off, but not against double Frozen Heart frontline and almost like triple item frontline with the amount of CC that's present. You can only cleanse one thing. You can't cleanse 6. So it's going to be the reverse for TSS, the same things that Rodham was looking for in Game 2, the cheesy picks, the whatever sticks to the wall, what you christened as Rat League. I think it's time for TSS to take a page out of Rodham's earlier playbook and see if they can execute a bit better, try to scrounge up some gold, maybe get Jinx some lucky resets, and try their best and hope that there's some holes in this very, very, very strong front that Rodham is putting on.
Oh, Benji maybe caught here in vain, gonna flash in for the flay. They hit the hook, but Benji, I think he wanted this engage. He finds one. He'll trade himself for the other AD carry, but now TSS looking for X-Craze. I don't think he can quite find his way out, and TSS finds themselves a couple of picks.
I think they win.
Maybe not exactly what they needed, but now in come Data and Vbon and Garithar. The beef boys are here to try to finish this one off.
Tanks with the Ocean Soul are scary. Let's see if they take the fight.
Yeah, in goes Data. They've got that one. It's a 3-man Curse of the Sad Mummy. They're just beating them with their wallets. All of their tank stats coming through. Gabo has nowhere really to go. He'll be finished off by Data and ROTM. They're strong enough. They're beefy enough. They set up their offensive line. There they were.
Yeah, honestly, like the gatekeepers of the Rodham squad send their regards. They're like, hey, you kill our Syndra, you kill our Samira, you kill our girl bosses, right? But the phrase actually is like gatekeep, like girl boss gatekeep, right? And the tanks with Ocean Soul are literally unkillable. Like, they had enough. They said, hey, you know what? You take out our queens, we take out yours. Like, there's literally nothing that blue team can do to kill these guys if it's not all 5 of them hitting them at the same time. So, sure, the holes are starting to appear, the cracks kind of formed, but Scion, Volibear, and Amumu show up with their glue guns, whatever construction equipment you want for this allegory, and just patch the holes right back up. Easy Baron take for them. Vbon's just going to walk this out. I'm not even remotely concerned. He's level 16.
That was An
That
attempt
was
there
something.
from TSS. Big bandage toss, though, from Gareth Hart from the side. Finds Best Boyo, and Gabo has nowhere left to run. He'll fall at the end. It's a double kill for Benji Peach, and Crowstorm now looking to end the game. Boner Saw is trying. He's doing his best. He's going to eat Benji, but didn't really matter. I think Benji probably enjoyed that, knowing him just a little bit. Take that lick. It's a
Just a
devious
little.
lick.
Hey, okay, that's what we have to call sign ult now, or Tomo, the devious lick. That's gonna stick for me. I think this game is about done and dusted. So they're gonna clean up the NM Nexus towers, easy knock him downs for the pins, and just a total 180 from what we've seen. But at the end of the day, I feel very comfortable knowing that the series has once again continued to have over 1 kill per minute. It wouldn't feel the same without it. So, Maris, I think it's time to cue up the age-old song. We must listen to it.
Yep. In this household, we stand for the anthem.
Amen. And chat, don't forget, spam "Oh my dog" if you believed. You know who you were. The reverse sweep, here it is. The momentum is there. "Oh my dogs" if you believe. And what was the other one? Someone in chat will remember. TSS fans, if you're still here, spam PogChamp. Support your boys. See if they bring it back. Alright, Maris, I'll be back in like 5 minutes if you're here. So if draft starts and I'm not there, got it.
Oh, there's a draft happening. Oh, my bad. I'll put it up on screen. You can talk about it while I fix everything. Sorry.
No problem, pal. And it's like, we have blue won Samira in 2022. Like, there's literally no less of a Chad B1, except for Selfless Plug. If you watch our UML team compete on Friday, we B1 Vayne. So, same energy. Anyway, plug over. Answer with the Leona, which is, I think, potentially the most stagnant support pick in like 4 years. I swear. Like, I wish that champion was just nerfed into the dirt. It's always good. It's always pickable. It doesn't matter what the meta is. It's like death, taxes, and you want your support to lock in the Radiant Dawn is like the classic. Volibear is picked up again. I love Volibear. The Trundle ban kind of telegraphs it, which they also did last series. They showed on Rotom that they like to flex the Trundle, but without the Trundle, the biggest answer into the Volibear is gone. And Rotom at this point are just saying, yo, we don't think you have an answer into our 3 go-to picks. Show us that you do. And to be honest, the last 2 games have been such slaughters. I don't know if they do. Now, from the blue side, I think there's a couple answers into the Syndra that you can consider. One thing I actually wouldn't mind seeing, they don't have a lot of damage that they do it, but a Galio really would help with the counter engage. Instead, we're opting for an Aurelia PogChamp. All right, we just have Vlad. All right, I lost interest. Vlad, solid lane to scale into the Cinder for. I know people like it because you can W her mid-R, but it's not really a lane you can play around early. There's a potential for a quick burst of damage from a Vladimir off of the Volibear flash stun onto a Syndra, and there's a lot more backline threat. He can dodge a lot of the CC. Vladimir is a very underpicked champion in the competitive meta, though. I'm curious to see what happens, and especially what they're going to pair up with an ADC. I think the Samira Mumu has proven very difficult to deal with on red side. Something I wouldn't mind seeing at all is actually a Ziggs. I think the Ziggs-Leona pairing is extremely enjoyable, but when they lock in champions like the Vladimir, it really kneecaps the amount of strategy that you can put in towards drafting AP bot side. I think this Samira and the Amumu have proven very difficult for red side to figure out an answer for. It, like, Jinx made it all the way through first rotation, and they didn't even opt for it. It's very clear that Mr. Matt did not enjoy having to play that champion into the Amumu, the Volibear, X, Y, and Z. There's a Draven Hover, don't tease me. That would be pretty wild if we have a Samira Draven in Game 5. I'm not... Alright, everyone hold their breath. Oh my... No, it's like we got it, guys. Did you know that Draven's ult is called Whirling Death, and it's the best ult in the game? No, I'm serious. You should use it. It's really good. TSS essentially saying a bit of a mixed message with the Vlad and the Draven. With the Draven, it screams, okay, you want to fight early, let's fight early. But Vladimir screams, hey, we're really nervous about the Syndra and all the CC. You know what? You got it. All you. So a bit of a mixed message there. Maybe Vlad is like a pocket pick I'm not aware of. I'm interested to see also if it's going mid or top. I honestly don't mind it in either solo lane. But I really like my mid laner on something that can play off of Volibear when I draft it. So I'm hoping that the Vlad is a flex, and then they can safely put it into the Ornn. Another fantastic pick that I wanted to see all game is Sylas, or all series, which I haven't seen yet, but good answer into the Ornn. Really good ults with like Amumu, Ornn, Zac. Good matchup topside. Maybe they won't opt for it. Maybe they'll handshake a tank. Maybe they'll go for a more carry-oriented approach. There's a couple champions that really do punish that Ornn well. The Mordekaiser, the Wukong, even a Kennen could be good. Poppy is a great pick, though. Poppy top has fallen a bit out of favor as she's been more successful in the jungle, but it's possible that they'll slot the Volibear top as well. Can't imagine it's that hard into Ornn. You have Shove with Volibear's passive, but Poppy is also excellent in delaying his Ornn as well. Everything comes off of Ornn's E connecting and managing your like brittle. So Poppy is pretty much immune to any gank that could ever happen topside with the Zac Ornn. So There's a lot of like different ideas going on. I'm curious as to Data being on the Zac. So the thing about Zac is this champion is extremely susceptible to being invaded. Now, the solo lanes and mid lane can all jockey on the side of Rodham for wave control. But if we remember what happened in game 2, Data was on a similar champion that can get invaded kind of easily, like the Diana, and you can see it's not always up to your jungler's control whether or not you have your quadrant able for taking. Like when they killed X-Craze, they were very snappy on the call to deny Diana at her Gromp. It resulted in a skirmish. It essentially sealed the fate of game 2. So it's important that if you pick a champion like the Zac, you know he's going to gank you well, but you have to hold the line. You can't miss position beforehand, because if Zac can't find those ganks, he really doesn't look for ganks until, let's say, level 4, unless he's taking a bit of a different path. There's a big potential for the lanes of Rodham to be off of their timers with a Zac gank. So interesting to see how that's going to be able to play out. I think also I dislike triple magic damage topside personally. When I'm playing, I find it easy to itemize against that a lot more efficiently. Like if I'm the side of Shadow Spectres, Bird Treads look like Thanos this game. Force of Nature looks like Thanos this game. The only AD damage threat is Samira. And if you're able to win that bot side with this, like balls to the wall Draven Leona lane, it's going to be really hard for the side of Rodham to come back. Now, reverse is Rodham is showed time and time again in this series that once they bust out these lanes, they win. So while I'm always harping on the fact that I like or I'm a little bit angsty about the damage spread of Rodham, I mean, they've shown it works, and it works well. X-Craze has looked exceptionally polished on the Syndra. I think it's very clear that he knows how to navigate the lane phases a lot better. And I'm also curious to see how Data's going to be on a champion that doesn't have the same ganking potential and clear speed as let's say the Volibear. Volibear can take a much more flexible approach. We might see Gabo go for that 3 camp into a gank. We might see him go 4 or 5 camps into a top side, because we've seen him strangely favor ganking for his tank tops. But I think in game 5 an adjustment has to be made, and that adjustment needs to be paying more attention to bot side, recognizing the early gank patterns, making sure bot lane is playing for those ganks. The 3v3 bot side looks really good. Draven can use the stand aside, buffer and a Mumu Q, has cleanse for a second one, and they absolutely will rock him if Draven has the double stacked axe and CC on the Mumu on the way out. So it's all going to come down to execution. I think it is an interesting testament, essentially two philosophies of, hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, and momentum swung on our way. Getting reverse swept feels terrible, and TSS needs to dig deep to make sure they're not the ones now tilted going into game 5. It's all going to come down to this. It's essentially now just a best of 1 with background information both teams have going into the 5th game. All right, Mr. Maris Thematic,
Yeah.
Are you ready? Did I buy enough time?
Yeah, I'm hyped. I'm listening to we put on the LCK 2018 Spring Split Champion Select music, which is probably my favorite of all time. So we're vibing. We've got the good energy going in to scream at my computer for a 5th consecutive game and a 4th consecutive hour.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear the hype play-by-play, the shoutcast, or whatever buzzwords, tempo, macro, micro, execute ganks, vision control, whatever buzzwords we can throw at the screen. I hope you're ready to get hyped about it, because I mean, these teams look like they want to do one thing only, and it's team fight. You don't have like any split pushers, right? You don't have any champs that are like known for playing long 1v1 lanes. It's just everything has been drafted for the two teams to smash into each other. So I am very interested to see if TSS is able to stop this Samira Mumu lane. Like it's by no means some unbeatable 2v2, but I will say Benji and Garethar have really proven that it looks to be that way. So a minute loading into the game. I think it's time for the final prediction. And like, what could a better prediction be than who wins game 5? Like, that's just the only answer. So for the boys and girls and whoever else is in chat, hey, it's time to put the channel points on the line, all right? Who have you got going to game 5? Do you have, on the side of Rodham, the reverse sweep off the backs of the signature champions, the time and time again, the Syndras, the Samiras, or do you have TSS, the flexible, ever-changing, different picks, different styles, different looks, different champions, constantly moving, constantly changing their game plan, constantly changing their jungle pick, constantly looking for different win conditions? It's really a clash of two styles or two comfort zones, and I'm really curious to see if this is going to be a stomp or if we do have a true back and forth game, one of which we really haven't seen it go down to the nitty gritty. So I'm excited to see what happens in this game 5.
Well, here we go. The winner has a date with OMT Kronos in the finals, or in the semifinals, excuse me. Also, No Org Frost with the 3-0 upset win over Dorado Gaming Sigma. So the two non-Rodham series done and dusted. And we're in now to game number 5. Is my thing broken? Okay, there it goes. Perfect. We're into game number 5. Return of the Middle Sticks, Crowstorm on the blue side, Team Shadow Spectres on the red side. And here we go. Will this be the only game we don't see an invade from Crowstorm?
Usually, honestly, game 5s, I'll speak from personal bias. I hate invading. I have lost game 5s of finals because an invade went badly. Neither team wants to just like give an advantage they don't need to. And if you're choosing not to invade here after doing it 4, it's essentially being like, okay, I really think that my team is better. I think that we're going to succeed. And why give them any potential to get gold that they don't deserve? Let's make them make the play first. Both junglers starting topside. I'm very glad they're both playing for bot. Very interested to see the pathing that's going to come out from Zach and Volibear. It's all going to come down to this first bot gank. It's going to determine a lot of how the game is going to go.
Yeah, and notice the Benji's opted for the cleanse this game rather than the exhaust that he's had the last two. Garethar with the exhaust instead, and Matt in vain taking a page out of the Benji Garethar book and have gone for the exhaust and ignite. So a little bit more combat. I guess just the extra damage, the extra potential in combat for Matt and in vain. They're all in on this bottom lane.
Also, something important to note is technically blue side know where Volibear started. It's possible he could have done leashless, but I think from how Poppy passive works, if you're really paying attention, you can see it's still on cooldown. So Rodham do have the information. What I expect from Red is if Gabo sees an angle after he does his 3 camps, like Red, Krugs, Raptors, very standard, he could look for a solo lane play, but I don't see a window. So we're going to look for Volibear. Everyone knows that Zach likes to full clear, right? He can skip a camp, but his clear isn't the best. So if I'm Volibear, I want to cut my full clear a little bit short, look for an early gank potentially after doing like Wolves Blue, because the bot lane wave is slowly starting up. It's going to push back. By the time the 4th wave comes, it'll be in the middle, and that's when we'll see the sparks fly from the junglers. So wait about 1 minute and look back bot lane. That's when the junglers are going to be ready to fly.
And meanwhile, X-Craze goes for the Airy this game rather than the Electrocute into the Vladimir. So he's just doing a little bit more poking, I guess, single abilities, less upfront burst.
You're exactly correct, Maris. There's certain matchups where Syndra will take Airy Scorch and play for like Cookie's Corrupting Pot constantly against the champions that they can poke out a lane. Electrocute's obviously more for the all-in burst. It's really matchup dependent. I really, really like the Airy Scorch also in matchups you outrange, this is definitely one. Syndra Q is just such an impressive ability. And we're getting close to that wave we mentioned. It's 3:30, it's 2 waves in the future. I want to see how the bot lanes play around jungle because that's the lane that's going to be deciding this game. Whatever lane runs away with a lead is really going to take over that side of the map.
Data looking for a recall. They get the ward into the tri-bush. A little worried, but you can see everybody has converged now. Jungle camps are cleared. Even the extra crab goes the way of Gabo. Data's still hanging around. They really want this to happen. They don't know. Now they know that Gabo's there. So now this is full knowledge of a 3v3 for both sides. Vbon and Bonersaw just doing the funny top lane thing where they hit each other with the abilities. Data's
Yeah,
checked
and
off of this. He's hanging out now. He kind of faked a recall. Is this going to be a hard force from Invane and Matt? This is such a tense moment now.
it's hard to say.
It's
It's hard to
hard.
say. I
Oh,
think
they're
this
calling
works.
down to X-Craze.
Oh,
So
there could be an angle.
is this known by TSS? Meanwhile, Vbon is doing pretty well on these trades with Bonersaw. He's got him pretty low, but Poppy always gets more tanky the lower he gets. The lower she gets, excuse me, because of her passive. So,
Wait, really?
yep.
Oh my god, you learn something new every day. I think I have 100,000 Poppy points and I didn't know that. Nice. Hey,
Yeah,
there you go.
She takes
This is crazy, by the way, how long Gabo's waiting. This is wild. He's been here for 90 seconds. If you remember, he walked in, or has it been 90 seconds? Yeah, like the 3:30 wave, I'm pretty sure, or at least a minute. That was a tense, like Wild West, like pistols drawn, Mexican standoff type beat, where they just both were waiting for the first to move.
He is still hanging there. Gabo is committed to this. Data's gone to go farm some camps. They've sent X-Craze back to mid lane, and Gabo's still here. And
This is
Benji and
insane.
Gareth are still feeling this right now. If they step too far forward, though, that again, that could be game 5. Just right then. Data's going to get a little bit of extra farm off the back of this. He can maybe make a play on mid lane, but X-Craze sacrificed a lot of his experience for this, and Gabo is just hanging out. They have to know. There's no level 4 for Invane and Matt. It was so much later. They have to guess that he's still there, right?
This is so insane. This is the longest I have ever, like, it's like, Gabo, I know what I said pregame, but I hope you weren't taking that tart too much on stream because you have sat bot lane for literally 2+ minutes. And they know.
Data's here looking for the gank. They slap him in, but it's first blood for Gabo. They're on looking for Garethar and Data. More spinning axes for Matt as he had that stacked up. And somehow it still pays off for the volley bear.
Oh my god. That feels so illegal. Oh my god. Like, I know we were talking about how much the bot lane needs to be swung, but dear lord, I have never seen such an investment. I need to know how long he was there. He walked into lane at 3 minutes and 40 seconds, and the kill happened at 6 minutes. That was simply wild. And honestly, if it hadn't resulted in a kill, it was so incredibly worth for blue side. The later the game goes, the more efficient Zach gets. I was really hoping that the soul laners could have gone for wards in their topside jungle. I really wanted to see that, because if they knew that Volibear wasn't pathing to those camps, it could have been a really easy acquisition for Zach to pick up some free jungle camps, get to the point where he's comfortable at. Usually when he's first maxed his jump is when Zach really starts to have his first largest power spike. Instead, Volibear is rewarded for his patience, and it feels like, honestly, such a, like a, oh, all that for tabbies kind of moment, where it's like, oh, okay, he has tabbies now. Huge. So
Oh, Garethar not quite able to find that bandage toss as he and Benji had both roamed up to mid lane. First dragon of the game goes to TSS off of the result of the play in bottom lane. They're still stacking up stacks on the Draven, so that's something to keep an eye on. Of course, his weird, stupid ult passive means that he'll do more damage the more stacks that he has with his ultimate for the execute. I don't understand that one, but you know.
he's getting hype off the crowd. Maybe he throws the axe harder. That's my reasoning for it. Also, I will say this is my favorite part about that first dragon being taken. It means it's not Cloud Soul. Both as a player and as a spectator, the game is just more interesting when it's not Cloud Soul. The only time I like Cloud Soul is if I know I'm losing Soul, and I'm like, okay, well, it's Cloud. It's not the end of the world. I'll be honest, this game, though Cloud Soul's pretty good on the champs like Vlad,
Well,
I think
Vbon's
Vbon is a
feeling
solo
it.
kill here.
Oh, one more clap. He's got
Yeah.
it. The solo kill for Vbon in the top lane. 1-1. It's still such a tense early game though. We're dead even in gold. 1-1. The dragon, the only advantage right now for TSS. And Gabo's worked his way back off of his clear down to the bottom side. Data's here again. We're about to hit level 6s. Garethar has his. Benji will have his before too long, I'm sure. And Invane and Matt probably just a little bit behind that because they got a lot of XP stolen by Volibear, as it turned out.
I also love how much warding presence has taken over the bot side of the map. There's 3 wards for both teams. If they see Gabo here, though, I think they could potentially turn when he goes to go for the dive. This is perfect. This is everything blue team wants.
Yeah, Data able
Maybe
to
not.
slap him in. They don't immediately pull the trigger on that one. Just a little bit worried. Want to grab this wave underneath tower. It does represent a pretty big difference in that. Oh no, Data walking in, though a little trap set here by Boyo and Gabo. Data has to use the Let's Bounce, has to try to get out. The ult from Gabo, trying to track down the Zac. They do turn him into Bloblets. X-Craze maybe coming in to help out. Vbon can't teleport to him to go. Invane is here. They're going to find X-Craze, and it's an early lead now for TSS as they find 2 kills in the jungle.
Oh, and greedy, greedy, greedy. If you look, Mr. Zachary still has his flash. He even tried to channel the E in the face of the Volibear and the Vlad. It just, it's one of those plays that you're going to look back on if this game goes south and you're going to kick yourself for. Syndra tries to go and help, unfortunately just doesn't realize that Leona could be on the roam, and that's everything you want if you're red side, okay? Like, the Zac, easily invadable. They read the pathing away from bot side, and Vladimir had the rotation, was ready to fight. Good burn, though, from Vbon. I will say Vbon, always a rock on this Ornn. Always a rock.
Yeah, Vbon putting a lot of pressure down onto Boner Saw in this matchup that should be pretty Poppy favored. And now Data looking to get some of his mojo back. Look for a gank up on the top side. Vbon takes out that pillar. These junglers have been so synced on their jungle clears. It's Data and Gabo both on the top side. Boner Saw is just gonna back all the way out in between his towers up in top lane.
I feel like the Zac and Volibear are almost holding hands. I think their proximity towards each other has been within, like, you can't really use feet in regards to League of Legends, but I will in this case. It's like been within like 100 feet. I swear, it's they have literally never been that far away from each other for more than maybe 10 seconds. So really interesting that both junglers feel like they know what part of the map needs their presence. Good pathing and recognition from both. And I think that despite that early game setback, it's definitely not the end of the game. It's a bit of a doom and gloom moment whenever you have that tense game 5 early skirmish go poorly, but they're by no means out of the game. Small mistakes can happen, and Vbon roaming bot here is such a sick play. I would love if he slammed the ult here on Leona, but fair enough. We hold it for Drake. He does have TP advantage, or just burned it to get down there, so potential solo kill coming in mid? No.
Yeah, X-Craze taking a bit of damage from the third stack on the Blood Rush there. RTM just burning down the dragon. They'll take that one. Garethar, yeah, I don't think you can really walk that way, buddy. He's going to walk it on out toward the top side. And we'll have an Ocean Soul to fight over for game number 5. One dragon aside now. And the early 2,000 gold lead, we saw 200 stacks. Cresting that 210 when we clicked on Matt just a little bit ago, so probably up to like 215 or so if I had to guess. That'd be a big cash out if he's able to find the kill. All the more important for ROTM to try to shut it down. Data gonna walk over a ward, but the Volibear's here to try to turn off the turret. They're dropping the Herald over the wall. In comes Garethar, not able to find the Curse of the Sad Mummy. In comes Boyo from the side. This could be devastating. Benji, though, is in with the Inferno trigger. He gets exhausted. They find one. They trade it back. Matt is still alive, but it's a double kill for Benji. Did he cash out? He didn't. He's still standing tall. Benji gets the auto through. Can they get the cash out? No, they give it over to Boyo. Data's out. Matt still didn't cash out, but the trade goes just slightly in favor of TSS down there.
And this is one of the downsides of the mid matchup. With the early goal that Vladimir got, resulted in him having his Mythic Spike first. It lets him have first move, and because X-Craze opted into the cleanse into the Vladimir lane, he doesn't have that TP and he doesn't have that Ghost to be able to move around the map as efficiently. Thankfully, for the side of Rodham, Draven did not get the shutdown, which I'm sure he's very disappointed about, but an entire first Dragon and Plates and first Tower now have all gone the way of red side when they're making plays in the bot lane. So if you're TSS, you're feeling very happy about the early game.
Garithar looking for Best Boyo. He's still got the healing from that third blood stack, and I don't think Data can really help him out. They just have to kind of abandon Garithar. He's got the flash still. They've got the slow, so he'll get on out of there, but TSS will take control of this red side jungle. They'll grab themselves some chickens and a little bit of prio on that mid lane as they rotate Matt and Invane up there.
Yeah, if I'm the side of red team, all I'm looking for is I don't want Draven in that bot lane anymore. It's too long. I want to bait Syndra into the Vlad long lane, which it looks like they're doing, and I want my Draven to cash out. Honestly, if I was worried about him getting ganked, I might put him top here. It's just less angles for the Zac, and Volibear can more easily set up dives. But also, you don't really want the Poppy mid. You could put the Poppy bot. Vlad just force shoves mid, and he walks topside. You have a couple different options. They've opted with Draven sitting mid, and he's honestly just going to stack more and more and more. And if we have a stack check on Draven, he's at 317, 315 on yours, which if you don't know how much gold Draven gives, it is 2 times the amount of stacks plus like a small chunk of change, like 20 or 25. So if he gets a kill, it's worth 3 kills right now, which is extremely daunting. So if he ever last hits a kill in an upcoming skirmish, all of a sudden Draven's essentially got now 1,000 gold in his pocket.
X-Craze is very dead here as Gabo just in there with the ultimate, the Stormbringer, way too much to handle. Also importantly, Matt's ult is going to do an extra 300 damage, but they're still looking for it in mid. They've got the CC, they've got the lockup, They take him down. Data finishes him off, and they knock those stacks off. Is it half or is it all of them now?
It's
I don't remember.
75%.
Okay.
It's a big punishment. So if it's 75%, I mean, what, he only has like a little bit less than 100 now. Not anything to scoff at, but really not a game-ending turn. So excellently done, by the way, to get those stacks off. It feels like a big relief off your shoulders. Also, a good punish by Volibear to recognize Syndra's greedy positioning. She really didn't need to walk up to that wave. It's just the risk reward is just not there.
He's on 84 now, by the way.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Yeah, so a little bit less than 100. So the risk reward for Syndra walking up there just really isn't worth it when you know you want the Vlad in the long lane. He's got the Ghost to run you down. You don't have the vision control to farm past, let's say, those Kruggies. And it's been punished very well. So this Vladimir, I mean, he's built the Magi's. He's ready to take over the game. And honestly, I don't know who's going to stop him in this next fight. We'll have to see what happens.
Yeah, it feels like you need to invest in some early heal cut at the very least, and maybe some magic resist as well. I like the Merc Treads from Benji, or at least a start to that.
Goodbye.
Oh, he's got the flash, but the Ghost is pretty good. Gets the stun. X-Craze still hanging around. I don't know that he can really do this with Data here. They find the shutdown. All right, 2 kills for Data. I don't think he's wanted either of them, but he'll take them nonetheless. And RTM still hanging around, 2,000 gold behind. That hasn't extended in the past 10 or so minutes, honestly. It's been since that first bot lane play. And now with the Rift Herald in mid lane, Dragon spawned. Mid lane tower is now gone, and TSS will take home a little extra chunk of change. No one really has any vision priority over this dragon right now. We're not super interested in it. Now TSS starting to walk that way. Teleport coming in though from Vbon. They're calling in Ornn early for this one.
Important to note, by the way, red team doesn't know Ornn is there. He's teleported completely on fog. He wasn't seen on the pink ward. This is a good choke.
Yeah, now he's in. Vbon hits the ram back up, gets 2 knockups. They're looking for Invane, I guess, to start this one out. The Leona going to maybe be the first victim. Now Garithar in! He hits a huge curse of the Sad Mummy, but where's the damage actually coming from? Benji finishes off both of the bot lane. It's a double kill, though, for Data on the Zac. Triple kill for the Zac. Best Boyo hanging around, and X-Craze finally gets his first kill of the game. They take down Benji, but they lose 4, and they'll lose the dragon.
Wow. Okay, so I loved you're about to mention the wards, and there was one point I wanted to bring up with the fact that I think one of the only ways that a fight is hard loss for blue team is if Poppy and or Vlad have a really good flank. And if you notice the vision for blue side, they weren't able to get much in the jungle, but they know if there's going to be flank wards on the bot side. Ornn TPing to the control ward, hidden and walking in the way he did, made it so that all of a sudden there was a new element to the fight. Ornn wasn't expected to be there. And when you have a champion that's already ready that you weren't before, his ult wasn't the most like game-breaking 5-man horn that you're always looking for as the highlight play, but it split the fight and Draven and Leona were caught out. And they had to like scatter into the weeds. That and the fact that Vladimir was not paying attention to objective timers and wasted both summoners and ult to go for the 1v1 kill on X-Grays meant that when that dragon came up, when he was at his strongest point, the Magi's, the early proto belt, he had no summoners to turn that fight. I think that the fight was well executed by Blue, but I hope they don't think it's going to be as easy in the future.
Yeah, they're going to find Vibon here. Oh, Boner Saw just takes the kill with the Sunfire Cape. They're going to run down mid lane, though, in response. It's Crowstorm down mid, TSS down top lane, and the mid laners just exchanging pleasantries down there in the bottom lane. RTM still trying to force their way through, Data tanking the tower even to try to make this one happen. At what point do you check off of this? You can't base race at 20 minutes.
Yeah. Well, I do appreciate the commitment because they know they're going to lose the top tier 1, and I think they underestimated their damage, sure, but I understand wanting to trade the towers. I actually do value the side towers in these situations more, especially when you have the Vladimir running down the Syndra, and the mid tower, when you have those outer towers up, it's still hard to be able to ward super successfully when you're the side of Rotom. I think the gold trade is good, and I think the vision, not walking into jungle here, is the #1 priority. Playing safe and waiting for your Ornn to group off of a push is definitely the name of the game.
Yeah, Vibon not quite with the teleport up, still about a quarter left on that. So that's a full minute, and TSS senses that moment. They're starting up the Baron. They have
to force the fight.
Just the 2-man. It's the Volibear and Draven duoing it up. They can do that all day.
Yep.
Oh, it gets spotted by the blue trinket, I think, from Benji.
Oh, X-Rays.
Oh, Benji walks in. Oh, no. Big fight, though, for TSS. Benji, still alive, hits the Inferno trigger. He just can't quite chunk through everybody. Data trying to finish off any kills that he can. They finish 1. It's so close. Data is still fighting his way back through Matt. In comes the Ornn Horn over the top. Garithar looking for the re-engage. Not quite able to find the bandage toss over the wall. Vibon does eventually finish off the Draven. He's still scrapping it out. Boner Saw flashes over looking for the Amumu. They'll finish him off. No, it's a double kill for Vibon. Ornn is just running over the fight. Gabo, the last one alive for TSS. He'll get clapped. Now he's got the shield, though. The exhaust comes through from Garithar. Not quite able to find that. Gets the knock up. The Bellows Ret. The clap for the shutdown, and Vibon gets 3 from that fight.
Sound the horn. Ornn is here. Dude, that was so much damage. He opted in for the Sunfire. And that Mythic does an insane amount. It feels like that one moment in the last game where the carries fell and the tanks cleaned up. All that gold that went on the Zac really came through there. He was melting the opposition. I think also the Draven, I have to shout out Matt. A huge stand aside stopped Data from getting in the fight off of his first slingshot. Matt, I know he hasn't looked like a big factor this game because of the scoreline.
X-Craze.
Oh, X-Craze looks very dead here.
Oh, he got the stun? Wait, the bandage toss? He's got a hope now. They've got to find it. Data flying in. In comes Benji and Vibon as well. They'll get the knock up. They'll find in vain. Somehow, it's ROTM that gets the pick out of that situation.
Holy shit, the bat signal came up. The Avengers came in. Superman came down from the sky. And literally all 5 Rotom members flew down from the heavens and said, X-Grays, you get to live. Seriously, the tanks feel like they do so much damage on the side of Rotom, and if this Ocean Soul ever gets picked up, I think it's another game where they're nigh unkillable. It looks like the tanks are going to kill these guys once again. This Poppy's not going to be enough to stop it.
Yeah,
Maybe
Ornhorn coming through, not able to find the knock-up, though, onto Matt. But the bandage toss lands. They're still looking for this. Garethar does so much damage. Excuse me? They find one. Now Gabo in a little bit of trouble as well. Has to use the Stormbringer out. Data, not quite able to find the stretching strike onto him. But RTM gets a couple of picks right as the dragon spawns, and that'll push them on Ocean Point, unless something really remarkable happens here.
And this is the #1 weakness of the Draven, and everyone knows it, but I have to bring it up. I have to bring it up. He wasn't able to cash out, and he just feels like a spectator in the fights. The Draven build right now builds no attack speed. It only builds for that one-shot potential. You see the Eclipse, the ER, and this is usually finished into the LDR. These are just items that don't work for sustained DPS, and when you're up against double Sunfire, double 2-tank item tanks that do an insane amount of damage, that are sometimes 2, sometimes 3 levels above you, he is just not a factor at all. Like, the fight is all on Vladimir, and he hasn't been able to find that juicy backline play that he's looking for. Even with the Poppy, even with the Volibear, even with Leona picked to stuff this Samira, she's able to survive the fight long enough, now with the Mythic. And it looks like another fight's breaking out that's going to be Rodham favored.
Yeah, Data looking for it in with the Let's Bounce. Benji gets caught, though. He's pretty low, gets bonked into the Poppy wall, but it's still going for ROTM. Benji finally gets taken down. In comes Best Boyo from the side, trying to kite out. Does he have the damage to try to turn this one? He gets a good E. Matt trying to kite back away, looking for anything. In now the Vladimir ult X Craze, trying to play his distance just right. Gabo still not without, doesn't have the Stormbringer just yet, waiting for it to come up. They'll have the E and they'll chase ROTM out. So no Baron immediately, not the big play, but it's a 2-for-1 still and a positive play for ROTM.
And something important to note as well is, as the game goes later, the scaling on both teams, there are champions that have both, but the ornaments are finally starting to come through. Samira has hers now, and if I'm being quite honest, I would give it to Zac as the next one. I think Zac is just such an insane fulcrum. I know Syndra's the only AP. Like, I get it, but at this point, Syndra doesn't have a lot of easy targets to one-shot in these fights, and the Leandris does enough on her own. I really want to see Zac get this item. I think he is so instrumental in these fights. If he's not getting stopped by the Poppy or the Draven, he is engaging over the wall from these angles that aren't wardable. There's only so many wards that Red side can put down, and he's finding these pockets of vision that are allowing these fights to happen. Benji flashed over to try to join the last one, a little bit over eager. He got put in the blender whirl. That's what I was trying to say. With the Poppy, the Volibear, the Leona, what we're talking about. Champion struggles, but I think when you mention his Merc Treads purchase early, I think it's paying dividends. I think that's the difference in these fights. I really like that he was not greedy and understood the assignment very, very well. Honestly, almost all of Rodham understood the assignment really well, except for a little bit of an egregious Tabby's purchase from the Amumu. I really like the boot choice. And on the side of Red Team, I do really enjoy on the side of Leona that it looks like she's building, I'm going to guess, Force of Nature, which makes sense for her because they really need to be optimizing Mad Resist in these fights. The Samira isn't, I mean, she's doing a lot, but the majority of this damage is getting shredded by the Ornn, the Zac, the Amumu passive on top of everything. So, good flash.
Flash for the W on the Keeper's Verdict. Vibon trying to fight his way out, but I don't think he can quite 1v2 on the Ornn. He's making a good account of himself. Doing pretty good chunks onto Boner Saw. Oh, didn't quite flash that whole wall. I think he went it all the way over. Still, kiting back away, gets the slow. Oh, and there's the shutdown.
Oh.
Finally going over to Best Boyo.
Okay. So, good acquisition by Red side, but the important thing to note is Vladimir just used his flash again. In every single one of these team fights, Vladimir has not been able to utilize the big, like, flash. I mean, everyone's seen those Elite 500 clips on Synapse, right? Like, he just flashes in, R's, charges at the E, one-shots everyone. And he's not going to have that tool. I think if he's able to do it on the back line, it would swing a fight so hard. So despite Vibon dying, he doesn't die for anything. He burns the flash 1 for 2, and he's going to be up for this dragon. I think it's looking... It's honestly too close to call. I'm trying to make sure I understand, but really it's going to come down to the execution. It's who's going to be able to find it first. For the Red side, they need vision for the Zac sooner rather than later. They have the tools to stop him. but the question is, can they do it? For the side of blue, slinking in, pockets of vision, like the Ornn TP for the last dragon, the Zac flanks from Narnia, and Amumu continuously hitting the good ults. All the flashes are up for the supports, and those playmaking tools could swing the fight that's about to happen right here, because this is Soul Point.
Yeah, in come ROTM through this mid lane. They have mid lane Prio. They can continue to shove that if they really want to. But Garethar thinks he sees his moment. He goes in with the bandage toss. In vain, taken pretty low, but that was Syndra ult used to just kind of tickle the Leona. That's not the best usage of it, but in comes ROTM now, trying to force their way in. They get the knock up onto Best Boyo. They've found the Vladimir maybe, and the ult from the Poppy sends them away. Benji is a little bit separated now, gets sucked by the Vlad. In comes the Ornhorn though, the fight breaking out. Big damage coming through from Gabo as he jumps in with the Stormbringer. They've taken down Benji, though, and TSS still staying alive. In comes In Vain. The directed camera showing me Zac Bloblets, which means that Matt's about to get that cash out. They'll pin Vbon into the wall and eventually be able to take him down, and the fight overrun by Team Shadow Spectres.
The Poppy ult. First of all, I want to shout out Saw is ready. I think he's been a little bit outshined in these later games, but he came through large there. This Poppy pick is so useful when the fight goes exactly as planned. We talked about how important it is if they can see the Zac coming. Wow, Vlad just almost died, by the way.
Yeah, that was pretty close.
That was a little scary. These fights are really on a nice edge. Like, it is just execution at this point. I think what we're looking for as well is, since they know there's so many melees, Syndra needs to be looking for her R. On the front line is not necessarily bad. I know people might think that, oh, he ulted the Leona, not a big fan. I don't mind that, but the reason why I like the ult as soon as the fight starts is because he can then use his scattered... What is it? Scatter will? Weak will?
Yep.
Yes, thank you. He can use his E, and once you finish your ult, that's a huge multi-man stun. I think that's a tool that needs to be utilized more, because the Syndra this game is not looking for those huge one-shot all-ins. There's just no way. There's 3 different MR items being built right now. That's like 50 mag resist in everyone's pocket, and this Syndra doesn't have pen, so she does not do a lot of damage. Her essential job in these fights is to layer her CC on top of other CC. That's the best they've got. So all of a sudden the game is a bit scarier, but they see an angle and they're going to take it.
Yeah, they're looking for In Vain to start this one out. They're going to be able to finish off the Leonas. There's no question about that one. She is very dead. Not to distract from what's happening here. That's an important pick. Darkwind has won their second game and are going to game 5. So as soon as we're done here, we'll get you over to the Runeterra Academy main stream, where we'll have game 5 between Darkwind and VBU Monster Mash. So it's a long night here in Rodham Land. In comes the engage, though, Data. That's a huge Poppy W, though, to try to stall that engage. Vlad is just split pushing down. They get the pull back. It's another big Poppy ult, but they get the knockback. They're looking for it. The Stormbringer, the shutdown is down onto Gabo. What can ROTM get off of this? Because Vladimir is just ending the game right now. I mean, that's a over-exaggeration, but he's got 2 towers for himself down on the bottom side.
Vladimir is hitting the towers. No, I mean, I don't make light play of... I'm not going to make light of your point. I think despite the feel-good engagements that they have, they've stopped the bleeding, but the gold lead's ballooned to about 5k. Now, the good news is, as the game goes later and later, those ornament stats on the upgraded items really do make up for that gold lead. The thousands of gold value you get from your mythic spikes on top of the Ornn as well can't be understated. The fights are still close. The important thing to take note of, though, is all of a sudden Draven's starting to hurt a little bit. He's working on his 4th item, which I think is an Infinity Edge, if I know my Draven builds. Also makes sense now that he's finished the LDR, unless he doesn't have enough crit for it, but I can't be asked to think anymore about it.
He should,
and this Poppy pick,
he's got Essence Reaver plus LDR. That should be enough.
Yeah, he should have the threshold. But seriously, this Poppy pick is single-handedly saving the game. It has such value against the Amumu, against the Zac, even against the Ornn canceling the ult, and the Samira. Same exact
still
fight.
Looking for it. They find Boner Saw, just a little bit of damage onto him. This feels very familiar now, with Vladimir still continuing to split push down on the bottom side. They're maybe sending 2 to answer. No, Garithar goes in. He hits the ult. In comes the Ornhorn, only going to knock up one. Data coming in from the side. They're looking
Vlad
for
on the
Gabo
flank.
to get this one,
Vlad
but
on the
Vlad will come in
flank.
on the flank. He's behind everybody. In goes Benji, looking for it, but gets exhausted as soon as he hits the Inferno trigger. Data and Vbon still just trying to do anything that they can. It's 3v2 right now, but the Beef Boys are here. Data gets chunked, though. It's still the Vladimir. It's a double kill for Vbon. I don't think he can win this one. This is the same fight we saw down in the bottom lane. He's got to try to get out. Back in with the Bellows Breath. Gets the double clap. The tower doing some damage. Vesboyo is able to stay alive, but TSS still wins the fight by a man, and they'll continue to push.
It is absolutely wild that fight looked so won for Spectre. With the huge Vlad flank, the miscommunication on the Amumu engage, and the sheer strength of the front line of Rotom saves that fight from going out of control. Now, if you are both teams, you have to eye this dragon. As soon as blue team ever gets soul, the game is 20 times harder. It doesn't matter that your goal lead is 6k. It doesn't matter that your Draven is scaled. It doesn't matter. Well, it does matter that your Vlad has 25 stacks. I'll be honest. That guy looks absolutely terrifying. Still is Flash, by the way. But if they're able to get soul, all these small misplays will not completely erased. The game's changed. Vladimir yoinks the blue from Draven. I think that's funny. Obviously, it gives CDR too, but I always find that amusing when those champs take blue. What I want from Data here, though, is I want him just to do that fly-by, drive-by smite, where you channel your fly from outside the pit. You don't even go into the pit, and then you smite it. If they're lazy, it works. If they're going to pull this out, if I'm Rotom, I think I want to give this. This is a little bit of a risky fight, but if we know Rotom, we know they love to fight, so we're going to see what happens.
X-Craze looking on the side, hits the ult, but he's going to get turned on immediately. In comes the Ornhorn, just only to knock up Boyo. They've caught the Vladimir, they'll get the shutdown. X-Craze falls on the side, Data's in. He's just bouncing on top of Matt. He's got so much damage, he almost single-handedly takes down the AD carry. Now they're looking back, they're kiting back for Benji. He's got the Inferno trigger, but he's still alive. Matt stays alive on the top side of the fight as well. In comes Data as he's fresh off of his revive, able to live through all of those bloblets going down. Data just chunking through this dragon. Vbon trying to play linebacker. They get it. It's the Ocean Soul for ROTM, but do they lose the fight? It's just the disengage for TSS. ROTM going to walk on out. Gabo really wants Benji here. He doesn't want anybody else, though. He's going to still look for this. He's interrupting recalling. The TP in from Poppy. Garithar and Benji fighting their way through Gabo. David is able to channel his recall. Gabo's going to fall. Vbon is here to save the day as Data flies in. So they don't lose. They lose a lot of damage on that Nexus tower, but they're not going to lose anything else as Boner Saw just hits his jets and he should be able to get out.
Oh my gosh. I completely missed how this happened.
Oh, Garithar?
Poppy's dead.
Oh, she's fine.
Oh, nice escape. Nice escape. Well done. I do not know how Vladimir died. I don't know what kind of voodoo CC witchcraft that went on that got him killed, but that was a huge game-swinging play. This Baron feels
Garithar?
a little preemptive. Let's find out.
He's looking for it. The Ornhorn gets one knockup. Benji still just trying to get away from the Vladimir, but he gets taken down. Do they have the damage between Vbon and Data? Of course they do. They're just chunking through the Vladimir. They get the knockups in vain. Is taken low. He'll eventually fall to the Beef Boys from ROTM.
Do not ever let the next time the top laner on your team, this is for you, people of Twitch chat, the next time your top laner says top is weak, I want you to cherry pick this one single game and give no other context. Top is weak, Ornn has the most damage, I bet my life on it. Or Ornn or Zac, the amount of stat checking they're doing is actually disgusting. Also a fun challenge, buy Grievous Wounds challenge, literally impossible, except for on Poppy and Leona. I'm pretty sure no one, except for Syndra now just bought the Oblivion Orb, no one on blue side had the Grievous Wounds for the Vlad, which I respect. I think with Ocean Soul, it's forcing out more of those Grievous Wounds purchases. And also Vlad has opted out of the Magi's. It looks like he's given up. And instead, it looks like he's going to build Shadow Flame because he's sitting on an NLR. I would have really preferred that he had a Spirit Visage this game, because I think that's just exactly what he wants, but we're going to go back to this old song and dance because Vbon does not have teleport, so he's going to have to start walking up earlier rather than later. I think this is the game-winning fight right here for either team. Let's see what happens.
7,000 health to go. They're chunking through the Baron. In comes Data over the wall. The Baron is secured by TSS. X-Craze, though, looking for it. Garethar and Data are into the backline. They're just jumping on the Vladimir. They're not letting him do anything. Data is able to finish him off. On the other side, Bonersaw falls. Benji dashes on in. He gets a double kill. And Crowstorm has the wave set up in mid lane now to push.
My God, it's like we wanted a Game 5 banger. We didn't want to stop one way or another, and this is not the case. There's actually an end angle. If you look at the summoner spells, there's no flash on the Amumu, but if Ornn tanks for these minions and they can clear the wave in time, there could be a look for the end. They might commit to the dive. It's a risky play, but I think they should go for it. I think that this is their best angle, and they're going to execute it. Vbon walks in, and we'll see what happens here.
Vbon walks in. Gabo just trying to be disruptive in the backline. He gets stunned underneath the towers. The tower's still staying alive, but Gabo is not. Now Benji diving forward, looking for Matt. He gets exhausted. He has to cleanse away. Can they actually finish this one off? They're getting the healing from the Ocean Sol. There's 5 seconds on the Vladimir respawn, and ROTM going to back off for now. Matt with his Baron buff, staying alive, keeping the game alive for TSS as Data respawns and clears out his own base.
And did they just lose their inhib tower, or was that, or next tower, or was that the first one? I think it was just the first one. So they lost one Nexus tower, they traded Nexus towers, and I like this decision by Rodham to walk all the way back. I think it's too risky to try to channel recall in front of their face. If I'm the red team, I'm looking for a quick exit pick off of someone being lazy. This is that classic moment, if anyone's ever seen the donkey quitting video, where it's like, 10 morons are going to walk around. The first one to make the mistake loses, right? Not insinuating that these players are dumb, but I must quote the king correctly. It's at this point in the game that if one person dies, it's almost over. The carries on both teams matter so much, but more importantly, the CC is what's deciding these fights. I really think that Vladimir is getting CC'd to death. Without the Merc Treads, he's just not able to access the backline. I did not expect that
Vlad
the side of
red
Rodham
pot,
would lock that down. A red pot. Interesting. I would have gone elixir of iron.
Oh no, it's iron. Never mind.
Okay.
It looks.
Okay.
I'm colorblind. Don't mind me.
All right, no problem. No problem. This looks like the
Vbon
last fight
going
in the
in.
game.
It's a big Amumu ult, but do they have the damage? They're trying to lock up the Vladimir, but he's still 3/4 health. Benji finishes off the Leona. They've got 2. In comes the Volibear ult, but Vladimir is still alive. He gets 2, but he gets shut down in the process. Data now scrapping it on out. Gabo and Bonersaw trying to kite back away. Vbon, Data, and X-Craze still alive. They're kiting back away. X-Craze needs to find one stun, needs to find the damage. It's a double kill for the Zac, and Gabo is just headed for the base now. He's not long for the world. Vbon will eventually track him down and should be able to put an end to this Volibear's nonsense. It's X-Craze and Data looking maybe for the end. No, they're going to go for the Elder Dragon instead. They're not confident enough in their ability to end the game in this time frame. Gabo is very annoying. That's a lot of minions now.
Yeah, I think they can end because Gabo distracted the wave enough. But the problem with what's happening is while this fight's going on, Gabo is going to have a really... What is he... This is insane, by the way. I'm just going to talk over this because it's never ending.
He might get the inhibitor here, which is kind of nonsense. Now, in come Garethar and Benji. They've respawned. Gabo's going to fall, which might be more important. Is they'll not have the Volibear for the push right after the Elder Dragon. Everybody's going to have the Elder Dragon. And now there it comes. They'll start burning away. Can they finish him off? They need to.
Yeah, they can. Elder.
Okay, there
it
is.
Elder.
Okay.
So that is actually worst case scenario for red team. Volibear's death timer was staggered so hard, they have to survive a full minute 5v4 without their front side. That, like, I understand what Volibear was going for, but he just needed to leave. I think that mistake potentially is game losing, especially because this Elder was just taken. He has 30 seconds left. This is the exact fight that Rodham need to take. Let's see if they can make it in time to actually do it. But this delay being synced means that if Ornn wants to TP to any ward, which unfortunately they don't have, if they shotgun the fight right here, the game is over. The game is quite literally over if they find a fight right now.
Garithar looking for in vain. They caught the Leona. They'll finish her off. And now with that Death Timer desynced, that might be enough for ROTM to walk in mid. In comes Crowstorm. Data's a very big blob. He's a large man right now. As in comes the Crowstorm. Vbon has his teleport whenever it's needed. Probably as soon as these minions get to tower, you would imagine. He'll channel
Watch
it in,
for
on in.
Vladimir.
Watch for Vladimir on the flank. It's all about Boyo. Can he find anything he needs? They'll send Ornn back away with the Poppy ult. One Nexus tower is down. In comes the next minion wave. Gabo is back alive in vain. Still has 20 seconds. They're working their way down on the Nexus towers now. Data finds him. Garithar, they lock him up. They take down the Vladimir. They'll get the knock up onto Bonersaw as well. They'll finish him off. And on the fountain, Draven dies. And Crowstorm reverse sweeps to advance to the Junior League semifinals.
I am speechless. It is insane how that game played out. A 44-minute on the dot, back and forth banger. Everyone, spam your OK dogs in the chat. Oh my dog, the reverse sweep happened off of the backs of the front line of this game. Vbon and Data. You know, everyone played their part. Garithar had some insane 1v5 Amumu engages. Benji Peach had to navigate one of the most difficult comps ever constructed to try to DPS. Syndra, job after job, the sole carry AP damage threat. But on my life, if it wasn't for the Game 5, I mean, name something more synonymous than Game 5 and Vbon Ornn and Data after having a hard early game off of being invaded on the Zac after losing, you know, the solo lanes, the bot lane not going to skirmishes the way they want. The fact that they were able to do what they did in those fights, lock down the Vlad, burst them through the Zhonya's, find the damage, circumvent the Poppy W's, and have the impact that they did, it was one of the best tank performances I've ever seen at this level of play. I cannot give props to those two players enough. If it wasn't for their heroism, I don't know how Vladimir doesn't absolutely run through the game. It is the most hard-earned Game 5 win I might have ever seen in Amateur League of Legends. That was seriously nails to the wall. I could not tell who was going to win a single fight for the last 20 minutes. And also show the damage charts. Show the damage charts. The
tried.
people need to know.
I got it linked by Lane. I'll get it up on stream here in a second.
It's like, show the damage charts. The people need to know the prophecy was true. Ornn did the most damage on his team. It's like, we knew he did the most damage. Type 1 if Ornn is weak. Type 1 in chat if top is weak. Type 1 if top has no impact. Type 1 in the chat right now. I demand it. Type 2 if top is strong. But don't forget, top is the weakest role in the game.
Well,
wow.
Thank
Banger
you.
series.
Thank you, Matsuro. Thank you, Lane, for the subs. Thanks to everybody who followed during the stream. There's actually just a billion of you, so just know that I appreciate it. There's not that many. No, I'm not going through it. No, we're not doing that right now. Thank you guys so much, though. What a banger series. 3-2 for Crowstorm. They advance. They survive and advance. They're going to face OMT Kronos in their next game. Noorg Frost advanced as well. They're going to face the winner of the game we're going to send you to, as Darkwind is loading into game number 5 against VBU Monster Mash. The draft is set. You have Yabyinda on Tristana. I don't know what more you want tonight. You guys, thank you sincerely for watching. We'll see you Friday maybe for the finals if Unified drops the ball again. If not, maybe Sunday. Who knows? We'll keep an eye on Twitter and yeah. Thank you guys so much. Go support Darkwind now as they fight for their playoff lives. And thanks Firelight for joining me and saving my voice for 4.5 hours of stream.
Wow, that was insane. What a banger first cast to have on the Rodham stream. And yeah, everyone make sure to go check into the mainstream now. Red runs a great ship. I will be watching Game 5 as well. At me in the chat. say hi, because I will be there for sure. Peace out.